हाँ, okay.
इधर आओ।
ये स्पीकर ऑन करो फोन का।
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, good morning, all of you.
Good morning, madam.
Quite happy to be here.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to introduce me, Haripat Marani Garu. She is a professor, Department of English Language and Literature, the Padmavati Mahila Viswavidyalaya, Tirupati. In fact, she has published many books. I quote a few: Communicative English in 2010 and Three Language Dictionary in 2022. And she organized 10 seminars, conferences, workshops, training programs as an convener. She has done 2 minor research projects. She guided 12 PhDs and 4 MPhils. Six of her papers were published in the last 5 years.
Camera off करिए.
She has given many radio talks, and she has to her credit several recognitions and awards.
Videos कैसा?
She worked in the capacity of several administrative positions in the university for the last many years. She has several professional, academic, administrative recognitions. She worked as a member on the BOS of several institutions in the last 5 years. She has several contributions to the department and the university. She has to her credit several areas of research. She has several other areas of interest like Carnatic classical music, Telugu culture, art forms, language and humor. Shall I request you, madam, to continue your workshop?
Thank you for that very generous answer. The chairperson of the workshop, Dr. P. Srinivas Rao garu, and the convener of the conference, Dr. Hasim, and the co-convener, Dr. Kalpana, and the organizing secretary, Dr. B. Srinivas Rao garu, the head of the Department of English, and of this 3-day international workshop. And dear participants, good morning. I wouldn't say a warm good morning. I was about to say a warm good morning, but it held the word warm. Yeah, for convenience, I will just turn off the video because there are network issues here in the department as well. So to make sure that I am audible clearly, I will turn off the video. So please bear with that. Yeah. I hope I am audible and I am clear. Let me make sure of that before I begin.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that reassurance. So I was just going through some snatches of the program that took place yesterday, and I heard some of the resource persons, and I realized that some of them did mention the speaking skill, and they have covered some points about the speaking skill. The topic given to me is speaking skill, the first topic that's mentioned in the brochure. Speaking with confidence, that's the heading they have given to this topic. This topic has already been touched on, but I'll try to avoid what has been covered and try to, we just have about half an hour, and I'll try to do 2 things in this 30 minutes or so. The first thing I would like to do is to address the question, what factors affect our ability to speak? What factors influence or impact our ability to speak? This is a very crucial question because knowing the answers to this question can help us speak better. Okay, we can address those issues if we are aware of. If we are not aware of the issues at all, the question of address them doesn't arise. And then the second thing I intend to do is to to give you some kind of tips, what can we do to improve our ability to speak well in English? So it doesn't help us much if we merely list the different factors that help us, the different factors that are involved in our ability, that are involved in influencing our ability to speak. We also need to know what to do about them. What can we do from our side to improve our speaking skills? So these are the two things I intend to touch on in the next few minutes. Now, to begin with the first question, yeah, I have a confession to make. I'm not really used to making monologic lectures. I make sure that all sessions I take up are interactive, 100% interactive. But given the nature of this platform, I don't think an interactive session is feasible. But after I we can interact. I'm looking forward to the interactive session. I would normally ask a series of questions and engage the audience and try to get responses from the audience, and then supplement whatever responses they come up with by adding my own points. But this is something we all have gotten used to in the last 5 years, thanks to COVID. So, what are the factors that affect our ability to speak? Essentially, I would say there are two kinds of factors. The first kind of factors are linguistic factors. Linguistic factors are, your knowledge of grammar, your knowledge of vocabulary, your ability to pronounce the sounds in that language correctly. All these are linguistic factors. And our teachers in our education system, they have always focused only on the linguistic aspects involved in the speaking or in any of four skills involved in language. But more important than linguistic factors are what we may call paralinguistic aspects or non-linguistic. Paralinguistic means aspects which are beyond, which are beyond language. So these paralinguistic aspects involve many psychological aspects, and rarely do we address these psychological aspects in our education system in the process of teaching language or speaking in particular to our students. So what are these psychological factors which affect our ability to speak? I'm sure I'm not going to tell you anything new, but I'm just, drawing your attention to these factors which are involved in affecting our ability to use language. Number one, the most important psychological factor that is required for learning any language is desire to learn that language. We must all possess a strong desire to speak English. So all of us may have, the desire to speak well in English, but how strong is our desire? The strength of your desire can affect your learning of that skill you want to learn or the language you want to learn. So you have to ask yourself, you have to introspect and ask yourself, how strong is your desire to speak well in English? Because the strength of your desire takes care of your learning process. In other words, we can put it as your motivation level. The motivation level, this has nothing to do with language. This has nothing to do with your understanding of grammar or vocabulary or phonetics, nothing. This is purely a psychological and take care of. The second psychological is have right kind of attitude towards the language and the learning of that language. So do I have the right kind of attitude towards English? Do I have the right kind of attitude towards the learning of English? I'll explain what I mean by this. For example, English is a very difficult language. I don't understand its spelling system. I don't understand the way words are used in English. It's a very difficult language. Suppose I subscribe to this view, I cannot learn the language. So this is not the right kind of attitude towards the language. But if I instead choose to believe that every language is unique, so is English. It may be different from my mother tongue. Let me just explore and learn how this language is different from my mother tongue, the language which I already know. If you have this kind of attitude, this will help you in acquiring that language much faster. So you have to look at your own attitude towards the English language and then change them if they are not helpful to you, to your learning of the English language. So do I have the right kind of attitude towards the English language? And do I have the right kind? See, if you are fixed, it is a difficult language and I can never understand it. I can never learn it. You will never learn it. If you believe in that, you will never learn that. But it can be learned with practice. If I engage myself with this language, I can improve this language. I can learn this language. If you have this kind of flexible attitude, to open attitude towards learning this language, you will uh, learn it. So this is the second factor. Second, psychological factor or non-linguistic factor involved in you're involved in learning or acquiring any language or the skill involved in any language. Now, the third thing you need to do is you have to have a strong visualization. You need to visualize yourself speaking well, and this visualization helps you in in acquiring that language faster. So if you visualize yourself all the time, others are watching me, they will find fault with my English, my grammar is going to go down, I will not be able to speak well. If this is the kind, if you imagine yourself sweating in the presence of others and shivering, that is what will happen, manifest. So it's very important that you have positive visualization. This is one more thing. And the next thing, psychological factor, is not having any inhibitions. What might others think if I open my mouth? They might, the others can speak better than me. So if I open my mouth, they might make fun of me. It is better, to save my face. It is better I don't open my mouth and say anything. These such inhibitions, you must address them. So you have to ask yourself, do I really have such inhibitions? If I have them, how do I deal with them? How do I manage them? Are some of the questions you need to introspect on. And finally, and the most important thing I want to focus on under the psychological factors is confidence. Confidence and all these other factors are interrelated. So if you don't have confidence that you can learn the language and you can learn speaking well in the language, uh, your confidence will never come. In fact, I would like to quote what Mark Twain has said once. This is one of my favorite quotations. The two things you need for success in life are confidence and ignorance. Confidence and ignorance are the two things you need for success in life. So if you want to speak effectively, if you want to speak successfully, be confident. Uh, Confidence doesn't come just like that. Confidence and your command over the language are interlinked. They are interconnected. See, if you learn one grammar rule, and if you have learned how to apply that rule to your own use of language, that ups your confidence level a little bit. So slowly, in small portions, you can actually improve your confidence by working on your language part. So these psychological factors are not exclusive. They are interconnected to the linguistic factors. So if you learn a new word, that actually boosts your confidence a little bit. Now I know one more word which I did not know before. So all these psychological factors and the linguistic factors are interconnected. So working on your language working on your grammar, your vocabulary, your pronunciation skills, all this will, all this is actually directly correlated with your psychological factors. Your confidence will go up, your inhibitions will disappear, your attitude will get corrected towards the learning of language, and your desire to learn also gets strengthened. So there is a kind of mutual correlation between these psychological factors and the linguistic factors affecting our ability to speak well in English. So this is one thing I wanted to draw your attention to. Coming to the linguistic aspects involved or the linguistic factors, all of us know how important it is to be aware of the grammar of the language, to be able to use that language, be it for writing or for speaking. You need to have command over the grammar of the language. But of late, you need to be aware that linguists have come up with, traditionally we have been taught that grammar is a uniform single entity. Okay, the set of rules that govern the use of language. So language is seen as a single unified unit. But recent research indicates that spoken grammar is different from written grammar. The grammar of written English is different from the grammar of spoken English. It may not be, drastically different, but there are differences between the grammars of spoken English and the grammar of written English. So we need to be aware of that. So grammar, knowing grammar is something you cannot do away with. See, if we were learning English as first language, we wouldn't be concerned with all these topics at all. We wouldn't be concerned with how to develop speaking skill or how to develop our skills of using English. We wouldn't be doing all this. We are concerned with all these questions because English is a second language. It is not our first language, and as adults, we are trying to acquire this language. As adults, we are trying to, if not master this language, become fluent users of this language. So as adults, the problems, and when we acquire it when we are trying to acquire it as a second language, the issues are different. So there is no way by which you can bypass grammar. So this is one thing pay your attention to. Grammar, see, by grammar I do not mean learn what a noun is, what an adjective is. A noun is the name of a place, thing, blah, blah, blah. All that is not required. But if you know how a noun has to be used, what are the functions of a noun in, when you use language. When you use language, how do you use a noun? If you understand that, and even if you are not in a position to explain its functions, that doesn't matter. As long as you understand its use and you are able to use it correctly, that's enough. So learn the basic rules, especially, the basics of grammar. What I notice in our students here, because students come here from all over the state, what I notice is they haven't mastered the basics of grammar, especially tenses. They don't know the difference between I came yesterday, I come tomorrow. They will say he came tomorrow, he will come yesterday, all kinds of things. Basic tenses, most of them are not paying attention to. Though, they come to do their masters in English, needs to have been learned at much earlier levels, hasn't been learned. So it's high time that you pay attention to the basics of grammar. Basics, give yourself. Yeah, so by grammar I mean that. And next, coming to vocabulary. So vocabulary, this is, there are many myths about vocabulary. Most, students or learners of English, they think the more new words they learn, the better their command of English becomes. There is some truth in it, but not the whole truth. See, you also need to be wary of the kind of words you are learning. See, for example, if there is a word like infructious, I mean, you won't lose anything by not learning the meaning of this word. It's not a useful word. You learn the meanings of more useful words. See, unlike in the past, say 50, 60 years ago, we did not have any information about what kind of words are more useful for speaking and what kind of not available in the past. But thanks to technology, thanks to the research that has taken place in corpus linguistics, we now have information about the most frequently used as a language has lakhs of words in it. You know, it is estimated that English has words, some number arrived at somewhere between 1.5 lakh to somewhere between 1.9 lakh to 10 lakhs. So this is the estimated size of the vocabulary of English. We don't have to learn all, but out of these, lakhs of words, only about 2,500 words are used for 90% of the communication. This has been proved scientifically, and the list of 2,500 is available for us now. So if you master the use of these 2,500 words in multiple contexts, sorry for that. The babblers, the birds are chirping. Okay. So when you want to improve your vocabulary, please be careful about the choice of words you are learning. You know the meaning of commonly used words. So focus on commonly used words, and I'm sorry, I'll close the video. Yeah, so sorry about that. Vocabulary is the next linguistic aspect that can affect our ability to speak. Grammar is the first one, vocabulary is the second one, and then of course comes pronunciation. Do we get all the sounds correctly? About pronunciation, I want all of you to bear one. I'm addressing the gathering, assuming that most of the participants are students. But as I see the screen, I understand that not all of them are students. But pardon me for assuming that all of you are learners in my so pronunciation, we don't have to see till about 20 years ago, in the teaching of English, it was believed that we must follow the standard British variety of English, what used to be called the RP variety of English, if we want to sound good, if we want to sound like the native speakers. That was the trend then, but now, no longer now. Why should I speak like the native speakers? Why should I ape them? I have my own distinctive, style of speaking. I have my own distinctive style of pronouncing. I will follow my. This is the latest trend. But that doesn't mean that you will use English in an unintelligible way. You should, as though W, R, both are, they pronounce both the letters. In spite of telling them repeatedly, W is silent. It is just writing. And third, they will say. Third class. Third. It is not third. There is a new sound in English which is third. That sound, we sound odd when we say third, writing. That is enough for the audience to lose interest in what we are saying. So to avoid that,
just, address, you just record your own speech and notice the places where using certain sounds oddly, and then try to correct them.
And again, one more sound that is commonly, mispronounced by the Telugu speakers is the sound itself. For example, again, alert, above, they would use this, yeah. It's not that. It's again, about, allow. So you just make these small corrections to your speech and speak like an Indian, speak like a Telugu speaker. It doesn't matter at all. So don't try to ape blindly the native speakers. We don't have to. In fact, there is no single standard variety of English even among the native speakers. There are so many varieties, and we need to assert our own identity as speakers of Telugu speakers of English. But we at the same time we also need to address the oddities in our pronunciation of English words. See, when you hear speakers like Shashi Tharoor or Ramchandra Guha or even the former MPs Subramanya Swamy or P. Chidambaram, excellent English. Their English is excellent. They Indians. They don't try to ape the foreigners. They speak like Indians, but that should be our standard. That should be our model. We need to speak like them, not like Trump or not like any of the native speakers of English. So this is about the pronunciation aspect. Yeah, so this is the first part of what I wanted to address. There are linguistic as well as paralinguistic aspects affecting or enhancing our ability to speak well in English, and we need to take equal care of both these factors, sets of factors. Often attention has been paid only to linguistic factors, completely ignoring the psychological factors. Again, research shows us that the right kind of attitude towards a language influences, the rate at which you acquire it. This is very much true. If you shut yourself to a particular language, even if you are surrounded by that language, you will not acquire it. But if you open yourself up, you will acquire that language. So the attitude you have towards English and towards the learning of it will determine your ability to learn that language. So please correct your attitude. Please correct your, please address your inhibitions and check your desire. How strong is your desire? And start visualizing positively. So these are the psychological factors, and we have also looked at some of the linguistic factors, namely grammar, vocabulary, and pronunciation. Now, coming to vocabulary, as I have just told you, you just learn the 2,500. I mean, this is not the exact number. Approximately, there are about 2,500 words which are said to constitute 90% of a native speaker's communication. So master these 2,500 words. We just the meaning of that word, the pronunciation of that word, the grammatical category of that word, whether it is a verb or a noun or an adjective, whatever, and then how that word is used in a sentence. This is all we do, but rarely do we pay attention to the word partners, the words that are often used along with this word, which are called collocations. So it's very important that you all learn. Being aware of collocations helps you comment in the language. For example, this morning, student was saying, "Madam, it is kept. A meeting was kept. Meeting Peru." Including that,
and it is literally translated into English as a meeting was kept. See, grammatically it may not seem wrong, but colloquially it is odd. You can't say a meeting. Telugu context. You can't say keep a meeting. You have to say a meeting. So the verb that goes with meeting is hold. Hold a meeting or conduct a meeting. Not meet. So this is collectional awareness. So when you learn word meeting, along with meeting, you also learn hold and conduct. Okay, this is called lexical awareness. So focus on improving your collocational awareness when you are in your vocabulary, stock of words. So this takes care of both the psychological and linguistic factors. Now coming to the second part of the how much more time do I have, sir? Based on that, I'll just wind up. Can somebody tell me how much more time I have? Okay, so I'll just quickly mention it's 10:44. I haven't noted down the time. Okay, I get it. That can be. Yeah. So now, coming to the second question, which I wanted to address in this session, what can we do to improve our ability to speak well in English? Okay, I have partly addressed some of, this question, but to address it a little more comprehensively, what all can we do to improve our ability to speak well in English? So I would try to give you some kind of tips based on my own personal experience, because I did not know any English. I heard English for the first time being spoken by somebody only after my 12th standard. Till then, nobody around me ever spoke English, either in the class or outside the class. So I heard for the first time English being spoken only after my 12th standard. Then what have I done? When I ask myself, some of the things I have done over the last 35 years to, acquire, of course, I'll just tell you one example. I studied at Regional College of Education, Mysore. I did my undergraduation there. So when I went there after my 12th in Vijayawada, for the first time, I heard people. Most of my classmates came from CBSE schools in Chennai and other places, and they all spoke English fluently. I used to struggle to express some of the things. Once in the first semester, there was an exhibition in Mysore. During Dasara time, an exhibition, a commercial, industrial exhibition is held in Mysore near the palace. So one of my classmates who visited that exhibition bought a handbag for herself, and the handbag cost her 15 rupees then. And another, batch of classmates were going to the exhibition the next week. I wanted a bag of the same kind. So I went to this batch who was planning to go to the exhibition and gave one person 15 rupees. And I wanted to tell her, I want the same bag and nothing different from it. Exactly the same size, the same color. But I didn't know how to express it. I kept saying, same, bag, same, bag, same. I still remember the way I struggled to say that. It is such a small thing now. It seems such a trivial thing now. But at that time, it was really want a bag exactly of the same size, same color, the same bag, and it shouldn't be any different from this. This is what I wanted to tell her then, but I couldn't tell her. So from that age, now I'm not boasting, or I'm not claiming that I'm an excellent speaker or anything, but I have reached a express most of the things I want to express.
So, so how has this journey come this far? The journey of learning language. One important thing is learning language is a continuous, lifelong process, especially when we learn it as a second language. So even today, I keep reading something or the other every day on a daily basis. About 6 years ago, I did not go to bed without reading something or the other. That was as a ritual. I followed it. I followed it religiously. In the last few years, because of this overuse of the media, everything of all official communication on social media. Slackened on reading a little, but still I continue to read, but not on a daily basis as I was doing, religiously earlier. And another thing is, I started keeping a notebook. As an undergraduate student, I used to write down the meanings of most of the words in Telugu. I bought Brown's English to Telugu dictionary, and I used to write down all the meanings and all that. Whenever I came across a new word, of course, in a single page, I 25 words at that point of time. So I would make, that was the reason why I wouldn't be able to read more than a page in the initial days in a span of 1 hour. But this today, I hardly look up the dictionary. I hardly need to look up any dictionary for any word. I mean, I'm able to read without actually having to stop, pause to find out its meaning. So even today, whenever I come across something interesting, if I am not familiar with that, I will make note of it. In my, I have a notebook. Of course, I should say right now I have one notebook, but I have preserved the notebooks I have kept over the last 35 years. If anyone happens to visit Padma Mahila University, you come to the English department, ask for Haripadmarani. I will, and if you are interested in taking a look at these lexical notebooks, I will show you. In fact, had there been sufficient time and had I been freer than I have been in the last 2 days, I would have made a PowerPoint presentation, including some of the photographs of these notebooks and all that, but that was not possible. I'm just telling you that. So it's very important that you keep a lexical notebook. Don't rely on your mobile phone. Keep a notebook and write down whatever you are learning, any new collocation you acquire or any new expression you think it is interesting and it will to you in your own communication. Make note of it. And you try to write a couple of sentences on your own using that expression. See, what you are doing in the process of making note of it physically by writing it down is you are spending time with that expression, and that helps you internalize, that expression. It becomes part of you. But again, if you don't get back to this expression, see what you might note down something today, and after a week, you would have completely forgotten about it. So what you need to do is you need to periodically revisit what you have already made note of. And this way you're reinforcing your learning, and you're making sure that these expressions you have already made note of are becoming part of your active vocabulary. So I'm sure all of you know the difference between active vocabulary and passive vocabulary. Most of us have very good passive vocabulary. When others are speaking, we are able to comprehend almost 95% of it. But when we are asked to speak, we are at a loss for words. That's because our active vocabulary doesn't seem to match with our passive vocabulary. So our constant aim should be to up the level of our active vocabulary to match with our own, with the level of our own passive vocabulary. So this is about vocabulary. So please keep a lexical notebook and make entries in it. And you will, in fact, when I look at some of the notebooks I maintained 35 years ago, I'm amused at some of the expressions I wrote there. They are such common words, but I did not know them then. They seem common now, 35 years down the line. But at that point of time, they were not. So please acquire this habit.
And you might think ChatGPT is there and all these Google is there. If I ask anything, it will tell me why. Google will always have language there. ChatGPT will have, but how will that language get into your mind? If it has to get, you will have to spend with time. So some of the tips I can advise, tips I can give are: you must listen to a lot of English. Surround yourself with a lot of English. And it is not just, it's not enough if you comprehend what is being said. You paying attention to the language used by the speaker. And if you come across any new expressions, make note of them. See, you pause and you make note of it. So, because listening and speaking cannot be separated. They both, listening consists of half of speaking. They are inseparable skills, listening and speaking. So, and another thing is, you have a linguist by name Stephen Krashen. He says, your input, the amount of language you expose yourself to, the amount of language you read, the amount of language you listen to, will will determine the amount of language you can produce. So your input is correlated with your output. You will be able to produce, the output of your language is directly correlated with your input. So the more you listen to, the more you read. Reading and listening are the two ways in which we give ourselves linguistic input. And your writing and speaking are directly related to the amount of listening and reading you have done. So you might think, why should I need to improve my speaking? Reading is also necessary because to absorb language unconsciously, reading helps. You need to read. So don't ignore reading. Writing can be ignored, okay? If your focus is exclusively on speaking and you don't ever need to write anything at all, you can completely ignore writing. But you need to read, you need to listen to be able to speak well. Of course, you also need to speak. So on a daily basis, without fail, speak at least for 5 minutes. Speak at least for 5 minutes. If you don't have anybody to speak to, you just speak to yourself. You take your phone and record whatever you're saying, and then listen back. Able to, serve as your own critic. You'll be able to correct yourself when you listen to it, and you will also sometimes love what you have said. So please do that on a daily basis. Do that till you feel it is unnecessary and I don't need to do it. And another important thing I want to tell you all is, please don't be afraid of mistakes. Mistakes, if I make a mistake as I speak, others might judge me. They might. So, no, mistakes. If you are making mistakes, it's an indication that you are learning. And if you don't, make effort to correct your mistakes, then it will be a problem. But if you stop, if you don't attempt to speak at all for fear of making mistakes, that there cannot be a greater mistake than that. So please don't be afraid of mistakes. Mistakes will help you grow faster. They will help you learn better. For example, if a student said, some student said something like this. I got there yesterday. Okay, I got there yesterday. See, do you condemn that student for saying God instead of went? Or we have to feel very happy because the student is applying the rule very clearly. It is just that the student has not learned that the past form of go is went and not God. But she is applying the rule. When you want to say something in the past, normally we add ed to the verb for all regular verbs. So that rule she has learned. She is in the process of learning. If you just introduce her to the notion of, irregular verbs do not take ed in the past. So go is one such irregular verb. The past form of go has to be learned separately. It is went and not go. So if you give her the list of all the irregular verbs, and she will learn from it. So don't be afraid of mistakes. And one more point I want to mention here is translation is a very useful. All of us are bilinguals. Very often, in our teaching of English, we ignore the fact that the students already know Telugu. We never take that into account at all. But if we actually draw on students' knowledge of Telugu, it helps them in their acquisition of English. So translation is a very important thing. At the individual level, I would advise every student, every learner of English to give himself translation exercises, mental exercises. For example, you are just sitting, you don't, waiting for the bus. Okay, of course, you will open your mobile and you will do something. But instead of doing that, yourself, a translation exercise. Okay, now I am waiting at the bus station. Bus inka రాలేదు. Bus రాగానే నేను ఎక్కి ఇంటికి వెళ్తాను. How do I say this in English? Give yourself that exercise and you do that translation in your mind. The bus has not yet arrived. Once the bus comes, I'll get into it and go home. So this is a very interesting activity. So please give yourself, and every time you struggle to say something in English, it is not as if you don't know how to say that in Telugu. You already know how to say that in Telugu. But how is it said in English? You ask yourself. Okay, if you are not able to that in, who will be able to tell you that and that. And this is how you keep, improving your skills in English. And it is a continuous process. There is nothing like, overnight if you go to some spoken English institute, or if you do in a matter of 1 month, you will acquire English. There is nothing like that. One can only give you tips like this, and one can at best teach you the basics of grammar. They might give you basics of vocabulary, but it is ultimately the learner, the honors of learning lies in the learner, and the learner has to make his own personal efforts to improve his speaking skill, or any skill for that matter. See, for convenience, we are isolating the speaking skill and talking about it, but all the four skills are interrelated, interconnected. We can't separate one from the other. So without having the habit of reading, you can't write. And without knowing grammar and vocabulary, these are common to all the four skills. But it is just that the kind of vocabulary you use in writing and in speaking can vary, and the kind of grammar also varies. That's what the recent research tells us. So I hope I have made the 2 points I wanted to make. The first part of this talk has been on the the aspects, both psychological or paralinguistic and linguistic aspects, which affect our ability to speak. That was what we focused on. And in the second part, I have tried to give you a few tips on how to go about improving your speaking skill. Yeah, I think I would sign off here. If there are any questions, comments, we can interact. Thank you, Dr. Convener of this 3-day international conference. I would like to congratulate all of them bringing about this, interesting workshop. Hearty congratulations, all the organizers. Thank you.
Ma'am, thank you so much. So you have been very kind in making your presentation. And first of all, I should thank you for accepting. So, ma'am, may you please turn on your video?
Yeah, I have done that.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. So I profusely thank you for having accepted our invitation. And we are from a small town doing kind of big activity. And you have been kind enough in accepting. Okay, and we are happy to have your scholarship shared across the globe. So there are enough participants, and whatever inputs that you have given, they will be useful for us locally. And
those who are online globally. So with that, okay, a few remarks. Okay, I thank you once again and look forward to having what you call mutual knowledge sharing activity in the future as well, ma'am. Thank you so much. Oh, screen share this.
Okay. Yeah. So can
Just a
I
minute.
sign off?
Just a minute.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry. No, ma'am, just my head wants to sum up whatever you have said. Just a minute.
Yeah, sure. Sure, sure.
Yeah. Yeah, if there are any questions, you can ask.
Yeah, I would love that. If there are any
Yeah, that's the thing.
interactions. Yeah, yeah.
Dear participants, do you have any questions you can ask? Any questions from the participants? If there is none, I will sum up this session. Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much for your speech on the linguistic and paralinguistic facts that affect our ability. And what can we do to improve our ability to speak English? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Dr. Hasim?
Ma'am. Yeah, thank you once again, ma'am. So you can.
Can I exit?
Yeah, please,
Yes.
please.
Okay.
Thank you,
Okay.
ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
It's very kind of you once again. Thank you. Right. The next speaker will be ready in 10 minutes. So you can take leave. Okay, you can have a break for 10 minutes. But don't leave. Just stay on. What's the time? 11:06. 11:06. Okay. So we'll rejoin by 11:15. Thank you.
Turn on microphone button.
Camera on है. Hello.
Turn off government degree college Chintalapudi pinned your tile for everyone. English Microsoft Word. Microsoft Word.
Oh, sir. Samsung Day.
Book cooked looked. File. Microsoft Edge. 2. Commonly Google Chrome 2 running Windows. Turn on microphone button. Your microphone is on.
Screen share. Present now click करो.
Meet.google.com is shared. Meet 10 Yozo teaspoon desktop content shared Google. Main landmark unpin. You can't turn on the mic here. You can't remove this presentation. Shakir SD Government Degree College Chintalapudi Anandampela Deeps. Presentation options menu. Task view.
क्या हो?
पूरा स्क्रीन में दिखाता है.
Turn on microphone button. Present now button. Also share tab audio. Anand Dampella says in chat. Okay, sir.
Hello. Oh, NVIDIA on करा हूँ सुनाता है. Video will play now. Video I have not yet started now. I'll play.
English Microsoft Word. Microsoft Word document edit multi.
फिर वो स्क्रीन ऑलरेडी क्या की
Ribbon tabs. Restored Adobe Act Google. Choose what to share audio. Share a tab instead. Window to share audio. Meet 10 Yozo teaspoon document. Button unavailable. Presentation is starting. Your presentation was added to the main screen. Main landmark unpin. You can't turn on the mic here. You can't remove this presentation. Unpin button clickable. You can't turn on the mic here. Button unavailable. You can't remove. Meet 10 Yozoti. Also share tab audio. Window tab control. Meet 10 Yozoti spoon document. Button pin. Your presentation.
वीडियो ऑन करो.
Separator. No next separator.
Separated.
11:15.
Heading level 110 Yozo teaspoon. Call controls region menu. English Microsoft Word. Microsoft Word document. Microsoft Word dialog. Want to save your changes to English? If you click don't save, a recent copy of this file will be temporary. Don't save button Alt, cancel button, learn more link, save button Alt plus S. Meet 10
Hello.
Yozo teaspoon desktop content.
डेस्कटॉप को आए तो तब और डेस्कटॉप को इस तरह से 1 minute.
Desktop list. New folder 12 of 10. Meet 10.
Multiple screens have been opened. Okay.
Toolbar. Chrome. 12. WhatsApp Google Chrome. WhatsApp web Google Chrome. What? Yozo teaspoon camera recording Google Chrome. Government Degree College Chintalapudi says in chat. Wait. Meet 10 Yozo teaspoon. Meet 10 Yozo teaspoon document. Desktop list. New folder not selected.
स्क्रीन ऑफ करो.
पहले हम इंट्रोड्यूस करते हैं इसको माइक ऑन करें. Hello.
Shakir, are you ready?
Yes, yes.
Just a minute, okay. Respected audience, here is a small announcement, and thank you so much for your patient waiting. Today we have a special guest, and who is going to act as a resource person. So he has been a success coach uh, and motivational speaker and language expert. So he is going to talk to you about certain key aspects of English language and how he has evolved himself, and all those things he'll be explaining to you. Yeah, there are certain arrangements to be made, and it took some time, and you all have been very much cooperative. Thank you so much. And Madam Kalpana will introduce the guest to you. Over to you, Kalpana.
A warm morning to one and all present here. I introduce Mr. Syed Nur Mohammed Shaki sir. The cornerstone of success at Empowered Training Solutions is a living legend who is completely blind from the age of 5. So the odds were heavily stacked against him. With sheer determination and single-minded focus, turned him into a popular figure. From being the first blind person in Andhra Pradesh to become an MBA to entering in book of Limca records in 2002 and transcribing the Quran in English Braille. He has stayed on course to achieve what he had set out for. His remarkable achievements have enabled him to appear as a special guest on many TV shows. The felicitation by the former President of India, Dr. Abdul Kalam Azad sir, in 2007 reignited his will to help individuals who want to take a shot at success in life. To achieve success, everything need not be perfect. Just learn to look beyond your imperfections. He did it. You can too, can. Thank you, sir.
Over to you.
Over to you, sir.
प्रभु ऑन करो माइक. Ladies and gentlemen, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah. A very good morning to the ladies and gentlemen being part of this session today. My special thanks go to Dr. Srinivas Rao, Principal, Mr. Narendra Kumar, Vice Principal, Dr. Mir Hashim, the convener and director of IQAC, Mrs. Kalpana, mentor of JKC, and all the participants who are the future of India. A very good morning to you all. At the very outset, I would like to share a story with you all. Let's call this story the point of transformation. I'm titling this story. Please remember the title of the story, The Point of Transformation. Yes. So repetition helps in remembering. So I would like to repeat the title of the story is Point of Transformation. In about 300 BC, history says that there lived a prince by name Ashoka. Ashoka, when he was young, was very ambitious. He wanted to conquer a large part of India. He wanted to establish a huge empire for himself. So he was very ruthless. He would subjugate, annex, conquer whichever kingdom came his way. He was very ruthless. And he was unkind. All he wanted in his life was to rule a huge empire. That's all. He had only one vision, one ambition, that he wanted to rule a huge empire. So with this ambition in mind, he started conquering all his neighboring kingdoms. But then history says that he waged a war called the Kalinga War. Kalinga is a part of Odisha now. So Ashoka, in his later years, happened to wage a war against the kingdom of Kalinga. During the war of Kalinga, many people became handicapped. Many women became widows. They lost their husbands in the war. Many people lost their lives. There was huge bloodshed. So when Ashoka saw this in front of his eyes, something from within happened. And he realized that somewhere he and only he was responsible for all this massacre, for this tragedy, that so many people have become widow, so many women had become widows, so many people had become handicapped, and so many people had lost their lives. And he felt that he was responsible for all of this. And that day, my dear friends, was the day of his transformation. He vowed to himself, he promised to himself that he would never ever wage a war again in his life. He embraced peace and non-violence. He became a Buddhist, started preaching Buddhism, and he sent his children to other parts of the world to preach the principles of peace and non-violence. When he began his life, in his early life, Ashoka was called Chand Ashoka. If we look up the meanings of Chand in Sanskrit, we would hear words like cruel, bad, ruthless, etc. But then when he embraced non-violence and peace in his life, he became Dharma Ashoka, a man of justice. Now, why am I sharing this story today with you when I have been asked to speak about English language? How is this story relevant at all to what we are going to discuss today? So, audience, I have a question for you now. What is the title of the story that I mentioned? Can anyone answer, please?
Point of transformation.
Point of transformation. Wonderful, right? So, Ashoka had a point of transformation. When did he have that point of transformation in his life?
And he was sorry for the loss of life.
When he witnessed so much of massacre in front of his eyes, the war of Kalinga was the point of transformation, right? So, for us to gain command of English language, for us to become effective speakers of English language, the first thing we all need to know is, are we considering ourselves perfect? Or do you think that you need to improve furthermore from where you are right now? This is a question that we need to ask ourselves, right? So as long as people think that what they are speaking is okay, what they already know is enough, then do you think there is going to be improvement in their life? I'm afraid the answer is going to be no. So improvement comes in life only when we realize that there are some inadequacies in us. Only when we realize that there is, furthermore, room for improvement. Okay? So, by the way, I would like to ask you all one more question. Which is the largest room in the world? Audience? Which is the largest room in the world? I would be happy if the participants can come up with your own answers. What is the largest room in the world? Audience, are you with me? Hello? Hello?
Hello, sir, we are with you.
Which is the largest room in the world? Let me answer that question. Let me answer that question for you. The largest room in the world is the room for self-improvement. I repeat, the largest room in the world is the room for self-improvement. So when we realize that there are inadequacies in us, when we realize that we are perfectly imperfect, when we get the awareness that there are areas that we need to work on, that's when we start improving. So you will start improving in your life when you hit this point of transformation in your life. So the story that I've shared with you is to bring home the point that you will start working on your English language. You will start on improving your skills only when you realize that there are inadequacies and shortcomings in you which you need to work on. If you are under the impression that you are all right, you are doing okay, and that you are really good enough, then I'm afraid then you have hit the point of saturation in your life. So the point is, human beings start working on improving their skills only when they hit this point of transformation in their life. So I want the audience to introspect about your own ability in English language and then score yourself on a scale from 0 to 10 and reward yourself marks on a scale from 0 to 10. How many marks would you give to yourself in terms of your English language ability? That is a question you need to ask yourself, right? On a scale from 0 to 10, where are you today? Are you at 4, 5, 6, 8, or 10 on 10? That is a question you need to ask yourself and answer for yourself. If I tell myself that I'm 10 on 10, then do you think I'm going to work on improving my skills? The answer is no. So if I have to improve in my life, I should think about the shortcomings that I have, the inadequacies that I have. This is not to say that you have to demean yourself. This is not to say that you have to underestimate yourself. No, that's not the point. The point here is you need to have an exact assessment of who you are today. You need to have an exact assessment of what you are today on a scale from 0 to 10. Do not estimate yourself more or less, right? So overestimation and underestimation, both are dangerous. So what I want you to do is estimate yourself, assess yourself correctly on a scale from 0 to 10 and evaluate, and let me, ask yourself and answer to yourself, what is your score on a scale from 0 to 10 in terms of your English language ability? Let's say you rate yourself as 6, then you still have 40% of room for improvement, right? If you rate yourself, let's say 4 on 10, then you have 60% more room to improve yourself. So ask yourself where you stand today in terms of your English language ability. And then you can start working. Now, in today's session, I have chosen to speak on common errors in English language. Common errors that we usually make while speaking, writing, and reading English language. Again, these common errors I have subdivided into 3 major areas. The first part talks about commonly mispronounced words. So first part I would be talking about pronunciation. The second part, I would be talking about common errors in the use of English language. So the second word would be usage. And the third area would be common errors we make while framing sentences in terms of grammar. So three areas we'll be talking about. The first area would be pronunciation. The second area would be usage. And the third area would be grammar. So before I dwell upon these aspects, I would like to thank Dr. Hari Padmarani, the speaker who spoke before me. She laid a very strong foundation for my speech, and she covered a lot of ground by talking about the psychological aspects one should consider to improve one's own language. So that was fantastic on her part, because when we talk about language, we only talk about the linguistic part. People often ignore the psychological aspect that is intertwined, integrated as part of language development. Now, commonly mispronounced words. Let's talk about that. I want the audience to write down a few words and then tell them back to me. The first word I want you to write down in your notebook, in case you're carrying one, is B-U-R-N. The first word is B-U-R-N. The second word is T-H-I-R-D. I repeat, it's T-H-I-R-D. The third word I want you to remember or write down is C-U-R-D. C-U-R-D. All right. The first word is B-U-R-N. The second is T-H-I-R-D. And the last word I've said is C-U-R-D. So I want the audience, one of the participants, to read out these three words. Any volunteer, please?
Okay, the first word is burn.
Yes.
Second one is third.
Okay.
Right. And the final word?
Third word is curd. Curd.
Very good. Very good. So may I know your name?
I am Sona Bhattacharya.
Sona Bhattacharya. Round of applause to you. A big hand to you, Sona Bhattacharya. So,
And I am Zainabi.
yes.
So, burn, third.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your answers. Now, there is a challenge with regard to the letter R in English language. I call it the R challenge. The R challenge. Okay. So I have heard people mispronouncing these words. People say baran. People say tarad. People pronounce as karad. Okay. So now, what is the rule we should remember with regard to the R challenge? So the teachers of English language and also the students of English language, please remember, and if possible, please write down the rule of the R challenge. The rule says if R is followed by a consonant sound, R should be silent. Thank you. If R is followed by a consonant sound, R should be silent. If R is followed by a vowel sound, then R must be pronounced. Let me give you an example. In the word B-U-R-N, R is followed by a consonant sound that's n, which is N, right? N sound. So R is followed by a consonant sound, therefore R must be silent. Or if you wish to pronounce like an American, you can say burn, burn. You can roll your tongue and say burn, right? But you cannot say burn, right? That's very hard for people to, take it. Likewise, C-U-R-D, R is followed by letter D. So the sound here is D, D. So the consonant sound. So R is followed by again a consonant sound. So it should be curd. You can pronounce it either curd, which is where R is silent, or you can say curd, 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 or curd, curd. You can roll your tongue and say curd, but you cannot say curd, right? Likewise, T-H-I-R-D, you can say third, or if you want to roll your tongue and say third, third, right? This is my third meeting today, right? So you cannot say third or third. So remember the R challenge while speaking. If R is followed by a consonant sound, R should be silent. If R is followed by a vowel sound, R must be pronounced. For example, R-O-M-E, we say Rome, Rome. R-O-A-D is road, right? So if R is followed by a vowel sound, R must be pronounced. So let's remember this rule of R challenge. Now, let's come to the second area, that is usage. Common errors we make while using English language. Now, I want Satish, who is coordinating the session here, to play us 3 videos one by one. Let's listen to these videos, and then I'll talk more about the common errors we make while using English language. So I want the audience to pay attention to these videos, and if possible, tell me what common errors you find in these videos. So first video, Satish, could you play us the video of Prabhas?
Yes, sir. Wait, sir.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yes, sir. Can I start, sir?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Please increase the volume and play it so that audience can hear it loud and clear. Nice one, Arun. Satish, we are unable to hear the sound of the video. We are unable to hear the audio.
Sir, I'm playing it again, sir.
Yes, yes, please.
Yes.
एक बार इसने करी.
Sir, it's not audible.
Yeah. Okay, place the second.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Is it okay, sir?
I couldn't hear, but I don't know whether the audience could hear it.
All words and mostly faculty.
Sir, it's audible, but it's not clear.
Okay, Satish, please play us. Satish,
Sir.
please play us the next video, which is named as Someday, Topsy video.
Yeah, okay, sir.
Faculty of those colleges. Okay. Yeah, you can't tell the same students, but okay. We have students.
Okay, so I will elaborate each video. Let's watch the third video also for the day. Satish, could you play the next video of the professor?
Yeah, okay, sir.
Yes, please. Okay, so we have watched 3 videos. Now let me bring home the point. In the first video, even I couldn't hear it, but I tell you what it says and what it has in it. Prabhas, a very popular movie star these days, says, "I kindly request." I kindly request. So the right usage of that sentence is "I request." So the situation in that movie is that he requests the other party to spare his friend. So he says, "I request." He's supposed to say, "I request," or he could have said, "Kindly leave my friend." I hear some disturbance. I don't know whether it's from audience side or from the organization or the organizing team. So please mute it. Yes. So thank you. So the sentence should have been, "Kindly leave my friend," or he could have said, "I request you to leave my friend," or he could have simply said, "I request you," or he could have said, "Please leave my friend." So these are 3 different expressions: please, request, or kindly. But this sentence, in this video, you see Prabha saying, "I kindly request." So kindly request, these 2 words cannot come together in a sentence, in a single sentence. So that is a common error people make while using English language. Okay? You should not use both the words together, kindly and request. You have to use only one. Likewise, people say first and foremost. You can either say first of all, "I would like to talk about this," or "Firstly, I would like to talk about this." Or you could say "foremost, I would like to talk about this." But people often mix both the words, first and foremost. And then people say last and final. Both words mean the same. You could either say lastly, I would like to talk about this, or finally, I would like to talk about this. You cannot use both the words together in a single sentence. So that is a common error people make while using language. And In Hindi, we say Judua Shabd. In Telugu, we say Janta Padalu. Let me share a few examples of that. In Hindi, we say there is a dialogue, famous dialogue. बड़े बड़े देशों में ऐसे छोटे छोटे किस्से होते रहते हैं. So बड़े बड़े छोटे छोटे, these are, जुड़वा शब्द in Hindi. Janta padalu in Telugu. Chinna chinna kallu, pedda pedda pallu, kotta kotta vishayalu, veveru sthalalu. So these are called Janta padalu or Judwa Shabd in Hindi. Now, none such exists in English language. But people, because of their habitual interference, because of their mother tongue influence, they tend to use these words in English language. They say, I have different ideas. Right? Wherein they are supposed to say, I have many different ideas. You could say, I have many different ideas. Or you could say, I have a lot of ideas. Right? You cannot say, I have different ideas. I have seen new places. No. I have seen many new places. Or I have visited many new countries. Right? People say, I have big dreams. Big dreams. Wrong usage again. You could say, I have many big dreams. Or you could say, I have a lot of dreams. You cannot say, I have big dreams. I have small, you have small children. No, you cannot use the same word twice according to English grammar and usage. This is one common error people often make. So let me come to the last part, the grammar, before I close. The third part, I would like to dwell upon the common errors made while framing sentences grammatically. Yesterday, I heard one speaker on this panel saying, I would like to discuss about. So again, English grammar says, when we use the word discuss, you're not supposed to use the word about. So discuss and about cannot come together in a sentence. You have to simply say, today, I would like to discuss the common errors made in English language. Right? Or today's discussion is about the common errors in English language. So you can say discussion and then about. When you use discuss as a verb, you cannot use about together in the same sentence. But when you use discuss as a noun, that is discussion. Today's discussion is about common errors in English language. That way you can use it. But when you use as a verb, you cannot combine or add about in the same sentence. That is a grammatical error. And one last question I would like to ask the audience. If somebody can answer this, I would be happy to hear from you. An old man says, I have two son-in-laws. I have two son-in-laws. Can you find the error and then correct this sentence for me, please?
Sons, sir. Sons. Sons-in-law.
Perfect answer. May I know your name, please?
I'm Swarna, sir.
Swarna. Wonderful. Are you a teacher, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. So people often say, I have two son-in-laws. I have four daughter-in-laws, right? Whereas the S has to be added to son or daughter, not to the law, right? I have four daughters-in-law. That's the right sentence. I have two sons-in-law. That's the right sentence. Okay. So these are some of the common errors that we make while speaking language. But then again, as I said, you will start improving only when you hit the point of transformation in your life, right? So sooner the better. You have to realize, tell yourself that, yes, I am good, but not good enough, right? you have to say, I'm good, but I can be better, better. So we know the degrees of comparison in English language: good, better, best, right? So we are good, but we all can be better than who we are today. So when we make efforts to become better, that's when we start improving. So three aspects I've covered, that is mispronunciation, pronunciation part. Then number two was usage, and the third was the grammatical part. I have more examples to share with you, but then we have to respect time, right? We have to respect time. And finally, before I take leave of you, I want you to remember the three steps that you need to follow to avoid common errors. I call them IRG formula. IRG formula. Okay. The first letter I stands for inspect. Inspect yourself. Right? When I say inspect, do a honest evaluation of yourself and see where you are on a scale from 0 to 10. Now, step number two, as you respect your mother tongue, so should you respect the so should you respect English language too, right? So when you have respect for English, that is second step R. First step I said inspect, I. Second step is R, respect. Third step, when you respect English language, in turn, you are going to get more respect from others, right? So inspect, respect, and in turn, get more respect, right? So inspect yourself, do an honest evaluation, and then start respecting the English language, speak language as it has to be spoken. And as a result, you will get more respect. So I, inspect, R, respect, and last G, get more respect from people, right? As the saying goes, what goes around comes around, right? So when you respect language, people who listen to you will start respecting you more. So this is the three-step formula that I have for you to overcome the common errors, right? So now I invite the audience. I open the floor for the Q&A session, question and answer session. Yes, please. Thank you. If audience has any questions, they are welcome to ask me. Does the audience have any questions?
Sir, good afternoon, sir. It's a very calculated and also very intense type of lecture that you have given us. But the question is, again, it's going to be which English I'm going to speak. The question is that because when you said kindly request you, request request you to kindly. So these are the two things that grammatically, they are both are incorrect.
Yes.
Then what are we going to teach the student? Because this is normally we write in American English, it is correct. Sometimes in British also it is correct. You know, sometimes we say that because if you write a formal writing, a letter, it's a polite way of making an expressions by saying these kind of statements.
Yeah.
Oh, I kindly request you to grant me the leave.
Yeah.
Or I request you to kindly provide the details.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or some of the expressions that we are going to use on what context.
Yeah.
Based on the situation and the context, maybe the meaning will change.
Yes.
And I feel it may not be, we can't say that it is the wrong expression because we are making the speakers to understand the American concept, American English or British English or whichever. It's a mixture of the English expressions that we teach. So, what is your
May I know
response?
your name, please, before I answer your question?
I'm Sarachandra.
Charachandra.
Yes.
Mr. Charachandra, right? Can I call you Mr.
Yes.
Charachandra?
No
So,
problem, sir. Please.
yes, yes. So, Mr. Charachandra, thank you for asking the question. So now, coming back to our discussion about the video that I have played, I kindly request, right? So the alternatives, as I have already said, and I'd like to repeat for the benefit of Mr. Sharat Chandra once again. You could say, I request, or you could say, kindly do this for me, or you could say, please do this for me. But then again, you want to add a little more to your request and make it more intense. You can say, I humbly request. I humbly request you to do this, right? I humbly request you to grant me leave for a week or 2 days, right? So these are the possible expressions that are available to us. This is not about American English or British English. These two words cannot come together in usage, right? This has got nothing to do with American English or British English. This is an incorrect expression that we most of us use, and that is a common error. That's the point. So I've given you the alternatives. You could say, please do this for me. You could say, I request you to do this for me. Or you could say, kindly do this for me. These are the three alternatives that are available to us.
Yeah, this is part of redundancy actually.
Sorry? Yeah, that is redundancy. Exactly.
Redundancy, yeah.
That is redundancy. Yes, yes, yes. You have used the right word. Redundancy. Correct. Okay. Right. Any questions from audience, please?
Even small and small or big and big, all
Yeah.
these are also redundancy.
Yeah, that comes under redundancy. We use it in our, in Telugu and Hindi, but they are not permissible in English language. We don't use them in English like that. Different, new.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think time for us to close the session.
Yes.
And invite the next speaker.
Yeah.
Dr. Mr. Boda Srinivas Rao, sir, will give closing remarks on the presentation. And thank you, Shakir, for your vibrant presentation. It was really good to listen to you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Shakir Garu, for your valuable lecture. The point of transformation is essential to transform ourselves. Unless we transform, we cannot rectify ourselves. Your lecture covered three aspects, that is pronunciation, usage, and grammar. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable lecture.
Yeah, it was my pleasure being part of this session. And thanks to the technology, I'm able to sit at home and then talk to you, interact with you people online. And this wasn't possible 10, 15 years ago. So thanks to the technology and thanks to the scientists, for inventing these sort of things where we are able to connect across the world and talk to so many people, share our ideas. Thank you.
Dear participants, we'll move on to next presentation. So it's also going to be about the common errors. So we have two speakers for each session, as you all know. The next presentation will be on common errors in a different perspective. And Mr. Satish is going to introduce the guest. Ma'am, are you ready? Ma'am? Hello, Pregna ma'am?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, just a minute. Yeah, you're Satish. Yeah, here is a brief introduction about you. After that, you can begin your session. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, good afternoon to everyone. So it is my home to introduce Dr. Prignam Paramita Patnaik ma'am on this session. She is a professor and head of Department of English at C.V. Raman Global University, Bhubaneswar, in the state of Odisha, with an experience of 24 years in the field of teaching and research. She is presently working as professor and head in the Department of English at C.V. Raman College of Engineering at Bhubaneswar. With a PhD in American literature, she is actively involved in teaching in the areas of literature, communicative English, business communication, technical writing, and English language teaching. She has been closely associated with British Council since 2008 as a trainer and examiner for ESOL exams, UK. She is also an Infosys certified soft skills trainer, imparting special training in GD and PI as pre-placement training activities. She is actively engaged in research in the field of communicative English and English language teaching and has published several papers in different journals of repute. She has also presented papers in different national and international conferences. Presently, she is guiding 8 scholars in areas of ELT and literature. So over to you, ma'am. The session is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Satish. Thank you for this introduction. Uh, well, let me start the session. I'll start from where Dr. Sakir left. He said that you have to respect. You'll get respect once you start respecting others. And in this case, it is English language. If you start talking in English, then you're going to increase your respect for yourself. With this note, I'm going to share my PPT and start my presentation. 1 minute. Just give me a second. Is my PPT visible to all of you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So we are going to discuss the common errors that we use in English. And before I go into explaining why, what are the errors that we usually do in English while speaking the language, I would like to tell you just two things. One is we have to remember that English is a global language, and we are all non-native speakers of the language. Since we are non-native speakers of the language, so it becomes difficult on our part to be very fluent in understanding that language and then using it in the proper manner. When we are going to discuss the 4 skills of the language, that is LSRW, listening, speaking, reading, and writing. The toughest of all is speaking and writing. These are the 2 productive skills where we need to work on. And I would just, keeping in view the constraint of time, I will just give you some common errors that we find in grammar, we find in pronunciation, we find in spelling, and we of course have problems with our punctuation. We'll discuss these 4 areas, and I'm going to, it is going to be an interactive session, and you're going to share your inputs on the chat box. Okay, so let me start with grammar first. The first sentence here on the slide is, I congratulated him for his success.
On his success.
Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am. We usually don't use the preposition for after congratulation. It is, we congratulated him on his success. Very good. Now, next one is, he is good in maths.
He is good at maths.
Okay. Now, if I change it into the good into bad, like he is bad dash maths. What is the preposition that we are going to use with this? Okay, fine. It is, he is good at maths. He is good at studies. He is good at singing. But if I say he is bad dash maths. Anybody?
Is it contact form, madam?
He's bad at maths.
Yes, he is bad. Bad will always take in. He is bad at maths, but he is good at maths. Okay. There is some disturbance. Kindly mute yourself. I prefer a blue pen from a red one.
To a red one.
To a red one.
Okay, very good. It's to, because prefer will always take a preposition to. Translate this passage to English.
Into English.
Into English, yeah.
Okay, okay, very good. I have written the letter.
In ink, madam?
In ink, yes. The answer is in. Yes, in. Okay. So what I want to tell you is, these are some words which take these prepositions only. And if you are using any other prepositions along with that, that is going to be grammatically incorrect. That sentence is going to be grammatically incorrect. So whenever we are writing or whenever we are speaking English, we have to take care that we use the right kind of preposition. We move to the next slide, where here also the red marks are all errors. You need to correct them. I have seen a good film yesterday.
I saw a good film yesterday.
Okay, very good. Can anybody tell me why is it saw and why it cannot be have seen? Because both these are completed actions.
It was happened yesterday. It is nowhere related now.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. It is in the near past. Okay, that's why yesterday is near past. So it is saw. Okay. Uh, when we have expressions like yesterday, last week, last Monday, then we have to use the simple past tense. The next sentence, he has been working here since 3 years.
For 3 years.
Correct, ma'am. So why is it not since and why is it for?
Okay, because the starting time is not there. When we have the starting time, then we use since.
Okay.
Otherwise, for.
Okay. So if it is a point of time, like since
Yeah.
1920 or since Thursday, then it is correct. But if you're using a period of time, like 3 years, 2 days, past few months, so there will be for. I mean, the preposition is for. Okay. Come to the third one. I'm understanding the lesson now.
Have understood.
Understand.
I understand.
Or
I understand. And not am understanding. Can we just have a brief explanation for this?
Because it's a stative verb, we cannot make it into continuous.
Okay.
There is no
Yes,
beginning.
correct, sir. Stative verbs cannot be used with ing form, and all the verbs of perception like believe, understand, they are hardly used with ing. The next one is I'm having a palatial house.
I have.
Okay. So the reason behind this is, when we say I am having a headache or I have a headache.
I have a headache. A.
Achha, I am having a palatial house. I have a headache. Can I say I'm having headache?
I have a headache.
You can, madam. Sometimes the feeling can be expressed in continuous.
Exactly. Sometimes it can be expressed when we say that it is for a temporary time. Okay, I'm
Thank you.
having a headache now, but maybe I'll be relieved of my headache later. So in that case, we can use. And the next one is an often asked question in the exams for students. The train already left before I arrived.
Had already left.
Had already left. The answer being, the reason being, like there are two actions in the past. The earlier action will take past perfect, and the later action will take simple past. Let us move on to the last sentence. If he will ask me, I will stay.
Again, we can't use two wills at the same time. So it should be, if he asks me, I will stay.
I stay.
Okay, I will stay. If he asks me, I will stay, because we cannot use. Sorry. Okay. I'm so sorry. There's some click somewhere. Okay, so now I was discussing the last one. If he will ask me, I will stay. Then it will be one, and double wheels cannot be there. So the if conditional will take a simple present. Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, the next slide, we talk about some un-English expressions, like as the other speaker was talking about redundant expressions. So here I'm talking about collocations. Collocations means a verb which goes with, this verb goes with this particular noun. So they are called collocations. The first one that I've written here is give an exam. I gave an exam yesterday. Is this sentence grammatically correct?
Repeat, ma'am.
I gave an exam. Students give an exam. Is this grammatically correct?
Yeah, grammatically it is correct, ma'am. I gave an exam yesterday, right?
It's never giving an exam, ma'am. It's always taking an exam.
Okay.
Actually, if the teachers actually give the
Teachers
exam and students take the exam.
take the exam.
So it's taking an exam. Okay.
So took an exam yesterday.
Yeah, I took an exam yesterday. And next expression is see or dream. I saw a beautiful dream. We often use this expression. Yeah. Yes, ma'am?
We cannot say saw.
Mm-hmm.
I witnessed.
In place of
I
saw.
dreamt.
I had a dream.
Correct, sir. I had a dream. We never say I see a dream. I had a dream. So because had and dream, they are colloquial expressions, they go together. These are certain things which we the mistakes that we do on an everyday basis. I did a mistake.
I made a
Sorry, I
mistake.
did a mistake.
I made a mistake.
Correct. So I made a mistake. You never do a mistake, you make a mistake. Next phrase is say the truth.
Tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
Not says, tell the truth.
Tell the truth, speak the truth, but not say the truth. And another one is very often, very popular. I want to cut my hair.
Trim my hair.
Trim, yeah. Shave, trim.
I want to have my hair cut.
Should be I want to go for a haircut.
Yeah.
It is never cut your hair.
Haircut.
Go for a haircut. Okay. So that's why I think Amitabh Bachchan said in one of his films, English is a very funny language. The more we practice, the more we experience, the more we learn. We cannot put any logic. Now, the second most interesting part of the presentation is pronunciation. And pronunciation is very, very important because now you're not seeing me, but you're listening to me. And you're listening to me, you try to understand me through my speech, the way I pronounce words. So having the right kind of pronunciation is very, very important if you really want to make a impact on your listeners. In this slide, I'm talking about certain words which go together. They are pronounced a bit differently. Like we say long vowel and short vowel. Can anybody do the pronunciation for the first word that's written on the screen?
It's not visible, madam. What is that word?
Not visible.
Actually, there is typing. I couldn't find the word.
The screen is not visible?
Your screen is not visible, ma'am.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Is it visible now?
Yes, madam.
Okay.
Bit, beat, sit,
Okay.
seat, read, read, ship, sheep.
Okay. So the way you pronounce a word, it shows that one is a short vowel, the other is a long vowel. We take a bit longer time to pronounce. So when I say sit down and where is your seat, we have to categorically say that sit and please sit down and please find your seat. Okay. So we need to pay careful attention to the way we pronounce the words. Ship and sheep. I say that, I went in a ship. So people should understand that I went on a ship. And I don't find my sheep. That means I don't find my sheep, SHEEP. So this is how we should pay attention to the long and the short vowels when we are pronouncing. Next, in this slide, the focus is on sir and z. Can anybody read the words for me?
Yes, madam. Zip, buzz, eyes, sip, zip, buzz, buzz, eyes, raise, raise.
Very good. So the sound of sa and z, we should pay attention to that when I say bus and when I say buzz. Eyes, race, and raise. Okay. So this is about sa and z. The next slide is all about sir and sure. In this context, I would like to tell you something like a small anecdote. Once I went to my class and it was on New Year Day. I mean, the first of the year. And I wish my students Happy New Year. Do you know what they retorted back? They said, shame to you, ma'am, shame to you. I started smiling and I was just wondering what is the meaning of that word. So if students do not know the difference between sir and sure, they will say shame instead of same. So as teachers, we have this responsibility to make the sounds very clear, like what is the difference between sir and sure? How do you pronounce that word S-U-G-A-R?
Surge.
No, S-U-G-A-R. That which we add in the tea.
Sugar.
Sorry, sir?
Sugar.
Sugar. Not sugar. Sugar.
Yes.
Yes, you're right. Yes, can anyone just pronounce these words for me on the screen?
Ship, sip, she, see, shock, sock, shore, soar.
Okay. So, since English is not a native language, so we need to do a lot of exercise to improve our pronunciation. And this can only be done once you go on speaking, you practice the language. The more you practice the language, the more you can, utter these sounds perfectly well. For this, the most adapted way, like we do in the class, is practicing tongue twisters with the students. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, a peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. So if we ask the students to read this again and again, then maybe they will be able to master the sounds. Can anybody do this do the second one for me?
Betty bought some butter, but they said the butter's bitter.
Okay. Next one. Anybody else? Ma'am, do we have students here in the board also? Is it all for teachers or we have students? Like I was informed that there will be students also.
She says,
Yeah, madam, both, madam.
I isn't sure.
Both are there. Okay, okay. Can a student please?
Yeah, my son wants to say this.
Okay, okay, sir. Please.
Ice cream. You scream. We all scream for ice cream.
Very good, very good. And now you start screaming for ice cream, okay? And your father will get it for you.
Yeah, it's summertime.
Yeah, it's the right time for ice cream. Okay, so these are some tongue twisters which you can practice with your students so that they can really master their pronunciation. Next, we move to spelling. And when we are focusing on writing, spelling is very, very important. And all of us need to know what is the correct spelling of a word. I have just selected a few confused words. I mean, words which people confuse often. The first word is occasion. Can anybody tell me which is the right spelling of the word? You can say 1, 2, or 3. I mean, 1, first, second, or third. Which one is the correct option?
Answer, can you?
Which one is the
Occasion.
The second one.
Second one is correct?
No, he wants to answer.
Okay, the second one is correct, like the middle one?
Yeah.
Wrong. Okay, anybody else? All of you agree that the second one is correct?
No.
Spelling cue.
No.
See, we have to think so much for the spelling.
Only one yes.
We can use a Google to find the spelling.
There should be SION.
OCCASION.
Okay, sir, let's check what's the right answer. Okay, coming to the second one.
First OCA.
No, that's wrong.
Second one. The second one.
Second one. Okay. Next.
The first one.
The first one?
Yes.
What's the meaning of the first word? DIARY?
Diary.
What is the meaning of that word?
Diary means a booklet.
A booklet, okay. Is there any other word called dairy?
No.
DAIRY.
Yes, there is another word called dairy, and this is diary. Dairy is where we have
Milk products.
yes, where cows are there and we get milk products. But your answer is correct. DIARY is the correct answer here. The next word. We can do it fast.
Third one, ma'am.
Third one, absolutely correct. Okay, the next word.
First one.
First one.
Oh, madam, third one. I believe.
That is correct. RESPEIB is correct.
The third one.
Third one?
Yes.
Okay. That's correct. Let's check. Let's move to the next slide. Here are some more words. If you are tired, we can skip this slide. Shall we skip this slide? Or you want to test your spelling?
Opportunity. No. Hope you are.
Okay. Let me skip this slide and we'll move to the next slide. These are the correct words. Now comes the last one, that is punctuation. The wrong punctuation can make a lot of difference. Like the first sentence here on the screen is kill him, not leave him. It means you kill him and do not spare him. Just see the comma after him and we'll go with another sentence. Kill him, not leave him. Do you see that the meaning of the sentence completely transforms if we just change the comma? Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, madam.
Okay. Now, hot water bottle. This hot water bottle has one meaning. That means the water bottle is hot. But if I use a hyphen, hot and water, there's a hyphen, then it is hot water bottle. That means the first one is bottle is hot. And second one is the water is hot. Just because of a hyphen. In the third sentence, let's eat grandma. Let's eat, comma, grandma. That means
Let's
it
eat,
says,
comma, grandma.
first sentence says we'll eat the grandma. And the second sentence invites the grandma to come and eat. So a comma, a hyphen can make a lot of difference. Here is a semicolon, which again makes a difference. I'm sorry, I love you. That means I'm sorry, I love you. But here it means I'm sorry. I mean, I'm saying first I'm sorry and then I'm saying I love you. But here, I'm sorry, I love you has a different connotation. The next one, a woman without her man is nothing. In the first sentence, who is important? The man is important. But in the second sentence, a woman, colon, without her man is nothing. That means woman is all important. Okay. So this is, in brief, I wanted to share all these things with you just to make you understand that we need to focus on English as a language. Then we have to focus on pronunciation, we have to focus on punctuation, we have to focus on spelling, and then we have to focus on grammar. Then the question that must be in your mind is what, here is a reference, the book I am writing, for which you can refer to, get rid of common mistakes in English by T.J. Fittikites. So this is a book. All of you can get a PDF copy of the book also. It's available on net. And you can check your English from this particular book. So that's the end of my presentation. Now the floor is open for questions. I know that it's lunchtime. All of you are eager to have your lunch, but if at all we can take some very short questions. Hope nobody has any questions.
Yeah, any questions, please?
Rehana has raised her hand. Rehana Mirja.
Rehana.
Ma'am, do you have any question? Okay. Sir, I think we can wind up now.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. It was really good. So your session was so interactive that there are no questions at all. So whatever, so no, the thing here is whatever questions they must have had, okay, by way of providing some inputs, okay, they got them clarified, okay, and you have covered many a thing like grammar, okay, uh, whatever, wherever the errors could be, all those things you have touched. Really good, ma'am. So here is a brief sum up of your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You have focused on grammar, spelling, pronunciation, and punctuation. And your class is really interactive, sir. Interactive. Thank you for giving this kind of interactive session, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, the organizers, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Dear participants, now the time for us to break for lunch, and we'll be rejoining by 2:30. And in the afternoon, we have three sessions. Okay, one on creative writing. The second would be on body language. The third one is using technology for language acquisition. So these are the three sessions we have in the afternoon part. Okay. So thank you so much for your active participation, and we'll be rejoining on the same platform by 2:25. Thank you.
Hasim, good evening. Good afternoon, Hasim. Hasim, am I audible?
Yes, yes, Saka, you are audible. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Ma'am, here Satish is there to assist you. You speak to
Yes.
Satish. Satish, help ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah, I have kept my PPT on my desktop. Yeah, ఇక్కడ Chrome tab ఉంది, window ఉంది, entire screen ఉంది.
Madam, use entire screen.
Entire screen. Then I am clicking on share option.
Select it, madam. After that, share.
ఎంటైర్ షేర్ పైన క్లిక్ చేశానండి. షేర్ ఏ ట్యాబ్ అని వస్తుంది. ఎంటైర్ స్క్రీన్. ఓకే.
ఆ ఎంటైర్ స్క్రీన్ మీద క్లిక్ చేసి షేర్ చేయండి మేడం.
చేస్తాను.
యా, విజిబుల్ అవుతుంది మేడం. మేడం, మల్టిపుల్ స్క్రీన్స్ వచ్చాయి.
మళ్ళా వెనక్కి వెళ్ళిపోనా?
ఒకసారి డిస్కనెక్ట్ చేసి ప్రెజెంటేషన్ మళ్ళీ చేయండి మేడం.
ఇక్కడ provide an infinity mirror. Don't share your entire screen or browser window. Share just a tab or a different window instead.
Yeah, madam, I think it is. Okay, then do. This is allowed to. మేడం, ఒకసారి మీరు స్టాప్ చేసేసి ఎంటైర్ స్క్రీన్ కాకుండా విండో ట్యాబ్ లో చూడండి.
Madam, may I say something? This is Dr. Lakshmi, madam. Malati, madam.
Yeah.
Ma'am, just click on ignore.
Yeah, yes, madam. I stopped sharing. Again, I am trying. My session is at 4 o'clock, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. When the particular browser it asks, no, there would be an option called ignore towards the right side. Just click on it and then it will accept.
Okay, yes, madam. Sir, Satish, sir, Chrome window on pine click cheyamantara, Chrome paina na?
Yeah, madam. Click.
Window or Chrome?
Madam, window.
Evening speaker system, evening speaker system.
మీకు ఇవ్వలేదా?
నాకు ఒక ప్రొఫైల్ ఇచ్చారు.
ఎవరిది?
సతీష్ సార్
ఉన్నారు మేడం.
అదే క్రోమ్ పైన క్లిక్ చేస్తే ద సైట్ విల్ బి ఏబుల్ టు సీ ద కంటెంట్స్ ఆఫ్ యువర్ స్క్రీన్ అన్నారు. క్రోమ్ ఉంది, విండో ఉంది, ఎంటైర్ స్క్రీన్ ఉంది. సెలెక్ట్ ఏ ట్యాబ్ టు షేర్ అని కింద ఆప్షన్ కనిపిస్తుంది.
అదే ఎంటైర్ స్క్రీన్ అయితే చేయాల్సింది
మేడం. అలా క్రోమ్ ట్యాబ్ చేస్తే ఓన్లీ ట్యాబ్ ఒకటి కనిపిస్తుంది మేడం. ఆ ట్యాబ్ అట్లా కాకుండా అయితే విండో గానీ ఎంటైర్ స్క్రీన్ గానీ యూజ్ చేయండి మేడం.
విండో పైన క్లిక్ చేస్తే ఏం కనిపించట్లేదు.
ఆ విండో మీద క్లిక్ చేసిన తర్వాత కింద మీట్ అని ఒక ఆప్షన్ వస్తుంది కదా మేడం, మనం మీట్ లో ఉన్నది
రాలేదు సార్ నాకు.
మేడం. ఒకసారి మీకు స్క్రీన్ రికార్డర్ హాసిం సార్ నుంచి మీకు వాట్సాప్ చేస్తారు మేడం. ఒకసారి ప్రాసెస్
చేయండి ప్రాసెస్ ని నాకు వాట్సాప్ చేయండి. ఐ విల్ ట్రై.
సరే.
Good afternoon to everyone. Dr. Sharada Alamneni is a professor Department of English and Other Indian and Foreign Languages at Vignan's Foundation for Science, Technology and Research at Gunturu, Andhra Pradesh. Currently at VFSD, she teaches introductory courses on Technical English, English for legal purposes, and Functional English to undergraduate students of engineering, and law and advanced courses in language and literature for students of MA and PhD. She has co-authored 3 books and published 29 research papers and book chapters till date. She has an ongoing research project worth Rs 5 lakhs from Cambridge English Assessment UK, a PhD in the area of second generation diaspora literature from Krishna University, Andhra Pradesh. She is UGC NET qualified and a CELT certified language professional from Cambridge, UK. Since 2001, she has organized more than 50 FDPs for engineering faculty and outreach programs for district school teachers across Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. As a freelancer, she has worked with different professional organizations in Gunturu and Vijayawada and trained students for competitive exams like CAT, GRE and TOEFL. Thank you, Anand.
Right, sir.
Yes, Sarada ma'am, the session is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Just give me a minute. I'm trying to share my screen.
Okay.
Is my screen visible? Hello?
No, madam.
No, madam.
Just give me a minute. I'll just close it and again. There's some problem with, I think.
Madam, share it with Satish ma'am.
Just a minute. Should I share my presentation otherwise? Can somebody, there's some problem. I don't know why.
Madam, share your PPT with Satish ma'am.
Okay, how do I do that?
Madam, send WhatsApp, madam.
Yeah, can you, I don't think I have your WhatsApp number. I can share it with Hasim, sir.
Yeah, of
Okay,
course.
sure.
Of course.
Yeah, I'll do that. Just a minute. There's some problem. For some reason, it's not. Sorry for the confusion. Just 1 second. Huh? Dr. Hasim, I've shared it with you. Please check once.
Yeah.
Is it received, sir?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you. For some reason, my system is not very compatible with Google Meet, as I already told you.
Yeah, you told me, ma'am.
Yeah, the camera is working now after I fiddled it with it a bit, but yeah.
Next charging.
So sorry for the starting trouble, but yeah, good afternoon to all of you. So at the outset, let me thank Dr. Hasim and all the organizers of this wonderful workshop that is being organized and rolled out to highlight the birth centenary celebrations of William Shakespeare. So it's a pleasure and honor to be part of this wonderful event. So Dr. Hasim has given me a lead. He suggested that I should take up a topic related to creative writing. So I have titled today's session as Scribble a Story. So when we talk about creativity, we normally say that there are 3 elements to it. One is the imagination, and another is the language, and the third is, of course, the style. So when you talk of creative writing, many of you, I guess, as readers must be reading short stories, novels, poems. Yeah, the slide will be shared by the organizers. I've already shared it with them. Just please bear with me for a few minutes. It will be displayed. So if we could have the slide, maybe, yeah, that would help the participants to engage. Can you put it on the full screen mode, sir? Yes. So as I was mentioning, when we talk of creative writing, we read number of course, today creative writing has taken a very a totally different dimension altogether, because we are no longer talking only about books. We are also talking about blogs, and we are talking about a whole host of other samples of writing that we see in our day-to-day usage. So when you have something to tell, you have to find your voice. The most important it is, any piece of writing should reflect the real you, whether you write a short story, whether you write a poem, whether you write a play, whether you write a novel, it should reflect the real you. You should be able to convey your voice. That's the most important thing when you decide to write something. So today, let us take up one kind of creative writing, that is short story, which is most popular with all the students and faculty, because we are both teaching and we are also reading them ourselves. And let us take up one or two elements, because I don't think I will have enough time to discuss all the aspects of short story writing, but we can take up certain things, maybe one or two elements, and explore it. So I open the presentation with a small question. When you're writing a story, what are the key elements? Can anybody tell me? What are the key elements that go into writing a short story?
Plot, characters,
Yeah.
and proper language.
Okay. It's a plot, it's character, and okay. When we say plot, what do we mean?
The storyline.
Okay.
Or layout of the story.
Okay. So if if the students are students of literature, we also tell them that a plot should have a beginning, a middle, and an end. And there should be some kind of interconnection between the three. The story may not necessarily begin with the beginning, but it could start anywhere, and then, but the three should be connected. And the story can begin in the middle, and then it can reflect. You can have different narrative structures. Yeah. So plot is generally also driven by some sense of drama or some sense of conflict. When we say plot, there is some incident, and we talk about setting up the incident. Then you have the action moving forward, and then it reaches a climax, and then finally the resolution. So for even before the plot, okay, but just before the story takes over, there is one very important element to locate the action, as well as to locate the character in the story. We think that the most important aspect is the setting. So if we are talking about the key elements, of course, as mentioned, setting, I would say setting is very important. Character is important. Plot is important. And then the conflict and the denouement or the conclusion. And through this, you're also conveying some theme. So let us look at one or two elements of short story writing. We agreed that short story, the 5 key elements are there. There is the plot or the storyline, the character, and then we said that there is a conflict, there is a theme, and there is a denouement. So these are some of the important elements of writing a story, whether you write it for a short story or whether you write it for a novel or a screenplay. These are the most common elements. So for paucity of time, let us take up one or two elements and let's see how we can scribble a story. So yeah, I hope the audience is able to see the screens. So let us look at the first element, setting of a story. So when we say setting, we talk about introducing the action or the character. Even before we introduce the action or the character, we say that it has to be embedded in some setting. So when you say setting, what do you mean by it? What is it? And how to write the setting? Let's look at it. So can we request the audiences to mute themselves? There's a lot of scratching sound. So, okay. So setting is a very, very important aspect to the short story, because setting kind of creates the environment or the climate which actually introduces the character and the plot. So if you want to start with the setting, what are the different ways in which you can open the story? There are several ways for which you have, I think, number of examples from literature. Like if you're reading Harry Potter, so how the story starts with a description of this school that they attend. So the setting plays a very important role because it should create a sense of interest and engage the reader. Suppose it could be any story. So there is some description involved. When you talk about a setting, you can start with a general description to paint a very vivid picture in which, and create a world in which you can introduce the character or the storyline, any action. So the setting of the story plays a very important role because it also, in a way, sets the tone and the tenor for the story to follow. So anybody who is a beginner who is starting to write a story, how can you create an interesting setting? There are several ways to do it. One is, as I was just telling, trying to describe a setting by painting a very vivid picture in which the reader can step in and get immersed into the story. For example, if you are writing a story and the setting of the story is old Calcutta, maybe you could start the story with a line like, the sun drip. We know we are living in a hot country. So the story can start with a setting like, the sun dripped molten gold across the rusted rooftops of old Calcutta, where the smell of fried chilies and the cries of crows mingled with the heat. So here, this example, this line tries to evoke a sensory experience for the reader. It tries to involve the reader's senses, like what does the place look like. So there was the sun was shining brilliantly, or the sun was very hot. This does not add that sense of drama, right? Excuse me.
Yes.
So can somebody mute the? There's a lot of disturbance actually. Yeah. Is it better now? Yeah. So a beginner could think of creating some visual or some olfactory sensations through the text. So what does the place look like? How does it smell? What are the sounds? Like here, the cries of the crows mingled with the heat, the smell of fried chilies. Okay, so there is an evocation, a sensory experience being provided to the reader so that the reader can visualize the scene in his mind or in her mind. So what does the place look, smell, sound, feel, or even taste like? So this is one way of creating a descriptive setting for a short story to follow. Or you could start with a mysterious opener. You could start with an atmospheric setting that suggests or that builds a sense of tension or creates some enigma or some aura of secret to the reader. So an atmospheric setting like which creates a sense of mystery for the reader. Like fog pressed against the windows of the abandoned train station. No one had used the platform in years, at least not the living. So we are talking about an abandoned railway platform. And you're talking about an abandoned train station and the fog pressed against the windows of the abandoned train station. So on either side of the platforms, you have certain cabins, and from there somebody is peeping out and they see the fog pressing against the windows. So the whole sound of it is very spooky and it creates a sense of mystery, and the reader would feel some sense of tension building up in the story. What is happening? Why is this? Okay, there will be several questions that will be arising in the mind of the reader. So why is the station abandoned? And why is it that no living soul is seen anywhere? What is unusual, or what could have probably happened in this place for the station to get abandoned? This is some sense of interest that is generated in the mind of the reader. Another way to create a setting is by introducing the character in the setting. That could also be one way of opening the story. You could place a character within a setting and try to show how the character is responding to the world or the setting around. So there could be some emotion that gets linked through this whole process. So, for example, Amrita sat on the temple steps and with her toe she was tracing the cracks in the stone. All around her the pilgrims were chanting, but her mind was not on it. Her mind was lost, looking at the distant hills that she, as a child, so longed to climb. So this creates a very, very human element. A young girl who is sitting on the temple steps, and she's sitting in the, probably she has come with her mother to the temple, but spiritual things are beyond her, and she's sitting on the temple steps while probably her mother is conducting her prayer within the temple. She listens to the chanting, but she's not interested in it. She is interested in climbing the hill that she sees behind the temple or on the other side of the temple. So this setting can reflect a contrast with the character's mood. So she has come to the temple, but her mind is not on the prayers. She is not interested in offering her prayers. She is interested in doing something else. So this also generates a sense of interest. Why is Amrita not interested in accompanying her mother inside the temple? Why is she sitting out? And what is so interesting about the hill? Why does she want to climb the hill? Is there something that she sees there? This is how the reader is led into the story. Then we could have interesting opening by explaining some dynamic action. Okay, most of the time you have certain, especially bestsellers, where people always show the protagonist or the chief character is introduced to us caught up. Okay, like you must be reading these bestsellers like the Shiva trilogy. These are some very common books that youth are reading nowadays. So you could start with an action that is happening in a setting, and this way it will be more engaging to the reader rather than giving static or lifeless descriptions. So you could start with some very, very interesting, unusual happening that is that could be the opening of the story. For example, a story could start with the rain hammered the tin roof as Kiran sprinted down the alley, her slipper lost in the mud behind her. The storm didn't care what she was running from. So she was running from something. So this is the introduction. This introduces the opening setting, introduces to you a very, very turbulent incident. There is probably a storm building up, and there is heavy rain hammering the tin roof. And the character Kiran is sprinting down the alley, and her slipper is left behind. So this creates a sense of mystery and a sense of interest, something that triggers the interest of the reader. So when you try to use this in motion openers, you could use verbs, action verbs, and you could use movements to create some energy in the scene, like the wind blowing, the rain hammering, the thunder rumbling in the distant skies. So this creates an unusual scene, not the placid, harmonious setting that you will find in probably Thomas Hardy's novels, where the story, the drama is in the protagonist's dilemmas or the plight. But the story will start usually in a very, very placid way. So you could also create a sense of drama by showing nature or nature in turbulence. Okay, there is something happening, a storm is building up, or there is a flood that is, the waters are slowly rising, and the protagonist is standing on the terrace and looking down at the rising waters. So these could create a sense of drama and an interest in the mind of the reader. Another way to do it is create a character. You can also create a mystery either by raising certain opening question, like talking about the current state or the current status of a character, and then hinting at that the character has a traumatic past, or the setting was witness to something terrible that happened in the past. So, for example, the backstory embedded opener, you could use setting to hint at the story's larger history or context. So suppose somebody is writing a short story in the aftermath of the Jallianwala Bagh incident, then probably the writer could say, once this lake had been blue, or this river had been blue, now it was the color of old blood. Generally, rivers will not keep the color for long because they are flowing, but lake is a static water body. So this lake, which had once been blue, now is the color of old blood. And no one dares to swim there now. And this is the place where the village children had once played and had a merry time, but now nobody dares to step into these waters now. So by hinting, once the lake had been blue, now, so there is a contrast, what the lake had been like once and what it is now. So nobody dares to swim. By hinting at this, just a minute. One second. Yeah, sorry. So by giving a contrast, there is a contrast implied. So what it had been like once and what it is now. So this again creates a sense of drama and mystery, leading the reader into to anticipate that something is going to be revealed in the course of the story. And this keeps the reader hooked and engaged with the story. You could also have, of course, this is for more sophisticated and more ambitious writers, you could have a fantastical or a bizarre opening, and some opening which totally contradicts a reader's expectation, something out of the ordinary. Like the forest was upside down, the trees grew from the sky, and the birds built nests in the clouds. But Nilofer knew better than to stare at it too long. So there is something very, very unusual, something bizarre. And this becomes the setting or the probably a story, opening for a story where you're talking about some environmental disaster. Okay, some eco disaster has happened, and this science fiction, the story, is talking about something that is going to indicate the human folly of tampering with the nature. But it could be anything, and this is one example. So by introducing the element of fantasy or something fantastic, the which kind of is a very discordant way of starting a story, you shock the reader and or you amaze the reader, and then you draw the reader into the story, and whatever is the thematic purpose, the story will gradually be unraveled through this dramatic opening. So this is how some of the settings can work. So we were just talking about, once again, there are different types of openings that a person who is exploring to become a writer, okay, a novice, an amateur writer, could use these tips. So you could, depending upon what is the thematic purpose for which you're writing the story, you could start with a descriptive setting, or you could start with a sense of mystery by creating an atmospheric setting that creates some awe or some sense of enigma. Or you could start with a character embedded in the setting and what the character is doing, again to create the sense of interest. It could become the opening hook to lead the reader into the story. Or you could start with a action element where you are showing a certain action and the character embedded in that action is trying to grapple with some situation, and then slowly draw the reader into the story. Or you could indicate a backstory, hint at something that has happened in the past, and you are talking about the current state, and slowly in the course of the story you will be revealing, like what is it that happened, why did this lake turn bloody red, and why is it that no longer children come here, what is this terrible thing that has happened. Okay, so the reader is full of questions, and this creates a interest and leads the reader to continue reading the story. And of course, last but not the least, the fantastic or the surreal element. You introduce the story on a bizarre note, and then you gradually begin to unfold the plot of the story. So these are some of the ways in which you could practice the settings. If you are planning to start writing a story, you could take, for example, in this, I've just put some exercises together. You could start, maybe you could just start with a description of a doorway. Okay, and you could say there is the protagonist, the character who is standing at the doorway looking out or looking across at something. Okay, probably looking at a, just like we saw Amrita standing on the footsteps of the temple, is looking at the mountain longingly, wanting to climb it, and or it could be so. You could start with any kind of opening, and you take a lead and then start with it. It could be a cliff, it could be the character having a dream, it could be a character standing from at a vantage point and looking down at a battlefield full of corpses lying on the battlefield, or it could be a very, very pristine scene like two lovers standing at the cliff end and looking down at the rice field during dusk. So whatever it is, you have to have a setting with some kind of deliberate plan, because the setting is what is going to introduce the reader to the rest of the action. So the setting should establish the tone and tenor for the plot or for the character that you're going to introduce as the story moves on. So you can take some of these examples and try your hand at it. Should we pause for a minute and can we do a small exercise? Maybe a few of you could do it and then we could listen to a few responses before I move on. So this is a small exercise. Describe a beach peacefully and then see if you can. Some of you can describe a peaceful beach, probably because there's no time. And a few of you could describe the same beach next during a storm or during some kind of, crisis. Something is happening, some action is unfolding. So let's do the first one. Can you describe a peaceful beach? I suggest that you can take a few minutes, maybe 4 or 5 minutes, and develop it. Am I audible? Are the audience with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So this is an exercise, okay? I would like to test how many of you are listening ardently. So let me say, okay, can you take a pen and paper and start describing a peaceful beach? A pristine, setting where there's a beach, okay? And the rest is left to your imagination, how you want to describe the beach. Because if I say more, I'll be feeding points into your head.
We can describe the sands, madam, the color of the sand, the color of the sea.
Okay. Can you just write a few sentences? Maybe just doesn't matter however it is. I know because there isn't enough time to do a thorough exercise, but why don't we try?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, ma'am, can I?
Yeah, please do. Please do.
Yeah. A peaceful beach, it's characterized by calm waters, lapping gently on a soft sandy shore, a rhythmic sound of waves, creating soothing ambience.
Okay.
The water is calm with a slight ripple instead of waves, and the color is serene blue or green. The sound of the waves is gentle, but almost like a lullaby, and the occasional seagull cry adds to the serenity. The sand feels soft and warm underfoot, and the breeze is gentle, carrying a scent of salt and seaweed. The beach evokes even a feeling of calmness, relaxation, and peace. Thank you, ma'am. That's what I can.
Thank you. It can be a little more sharp, but yeah, that's a good answer for a starter.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good. So, yes, please, one more answer, certainly.
If I feel, I mean, if I were in the beach, I can say like this. As I walked along the golden shore, a sense of calm washed over me. The soft, the soft sand warmed my feet, and the gentle sound of waves felt like nature's lullaby. The sky, painted in shades of orange and pink, seemed to smile at the sea. This beach was not just a place, it was a peaceful story written by the earth itself, and I felt lucky to be part of it. I usually write.
Okay, good examples. Very good. I guess if you had more time, you could make it sharper. Okay, thank you. So I'll just quickly wrap up. So this is okay, one part of it. Now coming to the character. Okay, let's see. Now we have discussed one important element of a short story. Now, and the second element that I wanted to discuss was uh, developing a character. So the characters, we always talk when we study literature, we say characters can be round characters or flat characters, they can be stereotypes, or they can be very, very dynamic and unpredictable characters. So of course, when we begin to write as beginners, maybe it's not easy for us to create characters that are living, breathing, and nuanced, but we could start and then we could slowly evolve. Okay, so the first thing is we should attempt at creating vivid and nuanced characters. Characters who have what would you say, traits or characteristics that do not make the character predictable. So when we write a short story, it's difficult because short story is of restricted length. So we don't have the luxury to develop a character like we have over the novel, where you have, okay, the character can slowly evolve. In a short story, the character cannot be developed fully, but you can give glimpses into the character. So one important tip is that we should try and go beyond stereotypes. So we could start, so when we are developing characters, we could start with standard traits and then see how we can explore some of the hidden elements that the character has to make the character more interesting and more nuanced. So we can start, when we talk of characters in the course of the story, we have to reveal the name of the character, how old he or she is, what is the gender, what does the character do, how does he or she look like. These things can happen. Sometimes you may not do it also. If you're a very sophisticated writer, like if, for example, Ernest Hemingway, I was recently teaching my students Ernest Hemingway's Hills Like White Elephants. In that short story, the characters' names are not revealed. The girl and the American. So the names are not revealed, but they are highly nuanced, very complex characters. And they hardly speak there isn't much dialogue between the two. The girl and her American boyfriend, they are on the verge of separation. It is evident as you read the story. But they hardly speak half a dozen sentences. But in the course of the story, the psychological depth is conveyed to us by the way Ernest Hemingway uses the setting. Okay, the way he uses the setting, and even the setting speaks to us. The non-verbal aspects of the character speaks to us more loudly than what they actually say. So for us to attain that level of sophistication, it will take a lot of practice, but we could add more nuance and make the character more rounded by exploring other things like okay, here is a character. So what is it that that makes the character tick, or what is the character's hidden fear? Okay, some fear that motivates the character to behave the way he or she does, and what is the habit or some eccentricity or some quirk the character has picked up over the years, and is there any contradictory element to the character? Okay, so these are the things that makes the story very interesting, because the character is otherwise human except for one. Okay, if you're talking about Shakespeare's plays, a tragic flaw, that is a giveaway, right? So like that, is there any one trait that contradicts with the character's rest of the personality? So these are things that could create lot of interest in the reader's mind. So for example, an otherwise shy person who loves public dancing. Here is a girl who is very shy, very withdrawn, leads a very reclusive life. But when her friends drag her, finally one fine day, they are successful in dragging her to go for a weekend party at a pub. She startles and amazes all of them when she reaches the dance floor, and with total abandon she dances. And this brings out a very different kind of interpretation to the story. So the reader who has been reading, and the character is presented in a certain way, and towards the end of the story, something totally contradictory happens. So then it gives scope for more interpretations. So this is how you generate a layered story. Or okay, Ravindra broke his watch, but though the watch is broken, Ravindra continues to keep it. Okay, he cannot wear it on his wrist, but he keeps it, and he keeps taking it out of his pocket and keeps checking it. And from his actions, it is evident that though the watch is broken and the watch is unusable, there is something that makes Ravindra keep the watch. So the readers are curious to know, what is it? What is the connection between Ravindra and this broken watch? Why is he holding on to it so dearly, as if it would cost him his life? So these are things, questions that emerge in the reader's mind when reading the story. So these are some of the ways in which you could, within the length of the short story, by introducing a few surprise elements or a surprise traits that does not agree with the rest of the personality, you could generate a sense of interest for the readers. And it is always better to show rather than tell. Like in the setting, opening setting, there is description. But when you're talking about the character, it is better to show what the character is rather than describe the character. The character should be revealed. The character should be revealed through what the character speaks, how the character behaves in a particular situation. And okay, for example, if you say Priyanka was impatient, okay, then it's a very flat statement. But if you say Priyanka was continuously tapping her pen and constantly checking her phone, and from time to time she would sigh loudly and roll her eyes, okay, so then it conveys that her impatience. Without saying that Priyanka was just impatient, there's nothing more for you to say once you have made that statement. But when you're developing the story, the character has to be slowly revealed. It should be left to the reader's interpretation to arrive at this fact that from her actions that she is an impatient girl. Okay, she is short of patience or whatever. So I would give it, there's no time, but I could give an exercise. Take any one trait of a character, any one trait like jealousy, confident, nervous, and see if you can write a dialogue in or a scene which reveals that the character is jealous or the character is nervous without actually naming the trait. If you say Priyanka was impatient or Priyanka was jealous because her neighbor bought a big car, a bigger car than she possessed, then there is nothing more for you to say. There is no sense of drama. So can you take a situation and write a dialogue where, without naming the emotion that the character is going through the course of the dialogue, you are able to reveal what the character is experiencing or the emotion the character is going through? This is one interesting exercise that, of course, since there's no time, I'm just going ahead. Okay, but see if you can do it. And then try to get into the character's head to see if you could create some sense of psychological depth. Characters' feelings, characters' thoughts, characters' desires or flaws. If you can reveal by showing, okay, what does your character want more than anything in the world? Okay, we were just talking about Ravindra and his watch. Probably the watch has a connection with a girl whom he loved very dearly, okay, and with whom he is probably temporarily separated. And the watch is the only link to indicate to the girl that he loves her dearly. Probably the watch was given to him by the woman or the girl whom he loved the most and cherishes the most. We don't know. So what does your character want more than anything in the world? So starting with Ravindra and his watch, the watch which got trampled upon and which got broken, but which he continues to hold and keep it. In the course of the story, you come to know the drama behind the broken watch and why the watch, even though it is unusable, is so important for Ravindra. So what is it? Through the way he cherishes the watch, you come to know that the person who has gifted the watch or presented the watch to him is so important a figure for him in his life. Okay, he loves her. And this is something that will be slowly revealed. What is stopping them from getting it? There's some. So what is preventing? Since he's holding the watch, like okay, it is so dear to him. But what is preventing him from getting united with the girl who, or what created this difference between them, that they had to go their separate ways? And why is Ravindra still holding to the watch even though the girl has kissed him goodbye? So what is it stopping them from getting back together? What is, and why does what is this vain hope or vain okay, what would you say, hope that she will someday come back to him? Just by holding watch, he feels that he's going to get her back someday. So these are some things that could create a sense of psychological depth when in the course of the story. So some of the tips that you can think of while writing a story to indicate, to build psychological depth into the character is, what does the character want? Okay, and to get that, what is it that he needs to do? Okay, does Ravindra have to change himself? Why was why did this girl or the woman walk away from him? Okay, is there something that she doesn't like, and what does he need to do in order to get her back? Okay, is there some past trauma, the way Ravindra behaved, and which made her feel annoyed or made her break the relationship? Is there some past trauma that makes him respond to her in a way that she doesn't like? So these are all some sense, okay, some things that you can build into the course of the story to make the story more dramatic and more interesting to the reader. And why does Ravindra have this make-believe that if he just holds on to the watch, the girl will come back to him someday? Okay, so why does he believe in this lie and doesn't get it that the relationship is over and buried? So this is what makes Ravindra's character so tragic. So these are some things that as a writer you could deliberate. And yeah, so talking about the voice and dialogue, each character should sound like themselves. So when you are writing a short story, there should be consistency Okay, even though you could have a hidden element and there is a surprise element that you bring about the character at the end of the story, still that should also be keeping true to the character, that the character, like for example, sometimes young children, when they write stories, they talk about a school bully, and then the school bully has been taunting other children and beating up other children, and one day the headmaster calls, and from the next day onwards the school bully suddenly transforms into a very kind and very very good boy. So this sounds very very unbelievable. It's too incredible. Just one incident cannot dramatically transform a character. So these are some things that stretch at the imagination of the readers. So the characters should sound like themselves. There should be a consistency in the way we develop the character through the character's voice, the dialogue, whatever the character speaks. So a small exercise here again. See if you could write a dialogue between a grandmother and her teenage grandson, and without labeling who is saying what, try to see if you can create a dialogue, and by reading, the reader should be able to make out who is the grandmother and who is the grandson based on the tone, the choice of the vocabulary, and the attitude that is conveyed through the dialogue. This is one exercise you can also give to your own students while developing a short story. So how they can create a realistic dialogue without naming the character. So this is one way we could train ourselves as well as our students to write believable stories. So we were talking about, okay, showing rather than telling. So there should be visual and sensory anchors. So whenever we are talking about an action, we should make certain traits or certain actions of the character become noticeable. Now, for instance, somebody walks into a party, and the person is otherwise known to be a very, very calm and very, very cool person. But on that particular evening, the person is continuously probably trying to smoothen her hair, okay, and she's continuously touching her lipstick, okay. So she's very anxious. So from this, the readers can understand that she's very anxious to make an impression. There is somebody in the party or the room on whom she wants to make a indelible impression. So without saying that this character is attracted towards that character, or without saying that she's trying to make an impression, just by describing her gestures or her non-verbal actions, okay, there is a way you can make the readers can be made to notice. Okay, so this is another exercise or activity you could take up, like describe a character just by talking about their shoes. Okay, suppose somebody is wearing, okay, pink shoes with a cream bow on the shoes. So what does it tell about the character? These are, the shoes are also making a statement about the character's personality. Or somebody is carrying something in their bag or pocket. Like I was just talking about Ravindra carrying a broken watch and taking it out and time to time looking at it. So what is inside the bag? Okay, so this can create a sense of interest in the character. Why is the character doing this? Taking out the watch and looking at it, glancing at it from time to time when the watch is clearly broken. So these kind of things, or how a character eats a mango sitting at the dining table, or sitting in the sofa or at the armchair. So these are some things, these are the visual or sensory anchors which give you an insight into the character's general attitude or behavior. And as I was mentioning, try to avoid the cliches. So instead of, okay, this is what Hemingway also would say. Instead of saying a brave soldier, okay, see if you can create a soldier who cries after each victory. The soldier is very brave. He wins a lot of wars. But after every victory, the soldier, in spite of his acts of courage or bravery, he tends to shed tears. So what does it tell you, okay, about the character? This is something that is left to the scope of the interpretation of the reader. Likewise, a wicked stepmother. Instead of saying a wicked stepmother, we can write about a stepmother who bakes bread for orphans but hides her own sorrow. Okay, so this is something that creates some sense of interest. Why is the character behaving in this unusual way? Okay, a stepmother is the common stereotype that emerges from most fairy tales, is one like Cinderella's stepmother or Snow White's stepmother. We have this notion that stepmothers are usually wicked and they don't care for their stepchildren. So we can, to create some sense of interest in the students while they are beginning to write or practice writing short stories, we could take a well-known character. Suppose Cinderella's grandmother is there. Cinderella's mother is there. We could ask the students to see if they can take Cinderella's stepmother and make her into a kind and empathetic woman, and not the kind of villainous or wicked woman she was. How does changing that one trait transform the character? Or we could even not only with the character, we could also do it. One of my interesting points when I teach literature in the classrooms is I keep telling the students, okay, like if you're reading Ramayana, imagine if Sita had known karate or judo. Okay, if you're rewriting a modern version of Ramayana, here is Sita and she has been trained in judo, karate. So when Ravana comes to abduct her, can you imagine what the scene will look like? Okay, it's not that this kind of texts are very doable, but just that one scene, if the student can use their imagination and rewrite it, it creates some sense of interest, and they try to practice how it can be made credible and interesting. So Sita suddenly a very, very soft and docile person suddenly starting to attack Ravana is something which we cannot think of. But just to make the exercise interesting, probably we could give such exercises to the students. And the character is also can be revealed by showing the character in some action. So at the time of in moments of tension, we can make the character very revelatory, you know. Suppose if in a opening of a short story, you show the character dropping a wallet on a crowded street, and there is another character being introduced who sees this wallet dropping. So how does the second character respond to this situation? Does he take the wallet and put it in his pocket and walk away? Or is he going to take the wallet and run behind the character who dropped it? And there they meet, and then it's the beginning of a story. They get interested or whatever. So what do they do? We can talk about the internal struggle. Or if you're talking about somebody drops a wallet and you have already been introduced to the other character who hasn't eaten for 3 days, and the moment he sees the dropped wallet, the temptation is too strong for him to take and carry it and enjoy a warm meal. But and then there is this conflict going on within the character. This could be a minor drama in the story. That may not be a major incident in the plot, but it could create a sense of interest. What did the character do in that particular situation. It becomes a very revelatory aspect of the character, and that impression is carried in the mind of the reader when the reader is going to see the characters, several shades of the character getting revealed over the course of the story. So these are some interesting ways in which a character can be introduced in a short story. So just one closing thing I would like to say. So we don't have to create perfect people when we are thinking about characters. We need to create characters, people who can feel, who have eccentricities, oddities, quirks, who have a past haunted life. Okay, they have some regrets, secret dreams, fantasies, fears, and the character may not be perfect, but the character has to be interesting, and the character should be able to speak to the readers. So this is something that takes, of course, lot of practice and a very, very clear purpose of how the character, the setting, the plot interconnect, and of course, what is the overall thematic purpose, what is the overall, there need not be even a message, it could just be a slice of life that you're trying to show through the short story. The story may not have a moral purpose, there's no ulterior motive, but how does this a short story provide a slice of life to the reader when they are reading the short story? So these are some things I wanted to share with all of you. So thank you very much. And I can take a few questions, any clarifications needed. Thank you for supporting me with the sharing.
You're welcome. Yeah.
If anybody wants to add anything to what was discussed, clarify anything, or raise any queries, please feel free to do so. Any questions?
Which is the best short story in your opinion?
Best short stories, yeah, there are many short stories. It depends. Like, yeah, some of the short, I can't say one short story, but depending upon in the course of our journey as students of literature, we have read Chekhov, we have read O. Henry, we have read Ernest Hemingway, and of course, nowadays all our youth are reading Sudha Murthy's short stories, isn't it? So it depends. Like, there's no one best short story, but even D.H. Lawrence has written a whole series of stories, and there is a very, very strong element of psychological drama in his stories. There's really no action, but the characters are very, very revelatory. So I would say it depends on the taste of the reader. But if you want to look at one short story, a very sophisticated short story, recently I was teaching in my literature course, this short story called Hills Like White Elephants. Okay, so Hemingway's iceberg theory, the whole story can be interpreted using the psychoanalytical approach. So many things, even including the opening itself lends itself to so many interpretations. When I ask my students, there is no one conclusion they draw from that story. So I would say any short story that gives you some feeling that you are actually experiencing the real life, okay, something that the characters speak to you and conveys a situation in life that we all have experienced, I think that if a story speaks to you, I would say it is a good story.
What would be the number of words for a short story, a novella, and a novel?
So short story, like it depends. There are short stories with which are written in 1500 to 2000 words. There may be longer short stories which may go up till 4000 words. And novella, of course, novella can go up to 100 pages or 30 to 40 pages. So it depends. Like when you speak about a short story, it is like it gives you it doesn't have the dimension of a novel, because you don't see the entire it's just a glimpse, right? Like when you read a short story, it is one incident or a glimpse of a situation or a scene or a predicament, and it could be over a day or a single night, or just like even it could be for novels. It's not the action, but it is the kind of experience that it brings to you. Now you have even novels which are extremely short, and they pack so much. Like I was thinking about Joseph Conrad's novel. It's not even a novella, it's a novel, Heart of Darkness. It is so nuanced, and within this few pages, he takes us on a very, very deep journey into the human mind. So there's no standard, I would say, or prescribed limit as such. It depends upon the scope, I would say.
Thank you,
Anybody?
participants.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am, for your detailed narration regarding the requirements of creative writing, that is imagination, language and style, and the elements of short story. It's very useful and encouraging, ma'am. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, sir. My pleasure. I hope the participants have enjoyed it.
Yeah, indeed, ma'am. It was really good. So you have taken us to a new landscape, rather.
Thank you, sir.
It's good, man. Horse to paper.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
You have elaborated everything in detail. It was really good listening to you, ma'am. So thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, may I leave, sir?
Yeah, please, please, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you to the organizers and all the participants. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, respected audience, we have the next presentation by Professor V.V. Chitra. Okay, ma'am, what's the department? Yeah. So the session would commence in 5 minutes. Ma'am, Chitra ma'am, am I audible?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah, good afternoon. You are audible.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. You are audible, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Then.
But I think mic is a bit away from you.
Who?
Okay. Yeah, you're audible, but would it be possible? Yeah, ma'am. Can you please respond?
Hashim. Yeah, Dr. Hashim. Hashim. Dr. Hashim. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Now it's okay.
You are audible.
Okay.
Now it's clear, ma'am.
Yeah. Shall I start? Dr. Hashim.
I'm happy to introduce Chitra Madam. Dr. V.B. Chitra is a distinguished professor of English in the Department of Humanities at Jawahar Nehru Technological University, Anantapur, College of Engineering, Anantapuramu, Andhra Pradesh. She was trained as a master trainer by the British Council. She has contributed significantly to training programs for teachers in Andhra Pradesh, emphasizing the importance of diversity and inclusivity in education. 3 of her books are prescribed texts for undergraduates. Additionally, her mentorship has led to the successful completion of 34 PhDs under her guidance, while she continues to supervise 8 PhD scholars in English. Her professional affiliations with organizations like LTI, TESOL, ACEL, STE is noteworthy. She has several achievements to her credit. She worked in international professional bodies like RELCO Open. She was awarded CEFR Level C certificate by the British Council in 2017. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now over to Chitra Madam.
Thank you very much for that brief introduction, sir. A very good afternoon to the organizers, the participants, and dear students. May I know how many students are here? Hello.
Yes, madam, please go ahead.
Yeah. So may I know the audience? Who are the audience?
Sir, audience.
Because we are students or faculty members or
Yeah, mostly faculty members, ma'am.
faculty members.
Mostly.
Okay. And so actually I thought of giving lecture on communication skills, importance of communication skills to the students of your college. But anyhow, so even for faculty also this might be useful. So let me begin. If some students are there, are your faculty members? So what is the activity going on here? Can anybody answer me? What is the activity? Activity going on.
Yes, ma'am.
What is the activity?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah. What kind of activity is going on here?
Where, yeah, I mean, the workshop, what do you mean, ma'am?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is student.
I want responses from the participants.
Okay, okay, okay.
Anybody, please? Okay, anyhow, workshop. So this is one kind of communication. So that means so speaker is here and so many listeners are here, right?
English for local communication, ma'am.
Okay, good. Any other responses? So for teachers, this is very simple topic. So let me share my screen. So do you have any idea about types of communication? Is my screen visible to you, dear participants?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Visible.
So this is the topic I'm going to deal with, the art of communication skills, strategies for success. So actually when it comes to communication, so there are many ways so we can communicate with others. So can anybody mention me the ways so you use usually in order to communicate with others? What are the ways you use, the strategies or at least? I'd like to have some responses from the participants. No responses? Okay, at least. So after this lecture, so definitely, so you would get some knowledge about the communication process and various types, etc. So the main objectives of this particular lecture are So after completing this course, definitely you will define and understand what is communication and how the communication goes or takes its roles, and the entire process of communication, how it happens, etc. And also you can list and overcome the filters and barriers in communication process. So, and another one, you can practice active listening, and some you learn some tips to improve verbal and non-verbal communication. So these are some of the objectives of this particular lecture. And so now we see some of the most common ways we communicate. So here some people may be using the words. So some people may be using written communication. Some people will be using some visual images. And so even with body language also, so we'll be communicating a lot to others. So these are the various methods so wherein we can communicate our ideas. And this visual images and body language. So take for example body language. So only in oral communication this may be possible. And in written communication, so this body language so will not be there. And in a spoken word, so again it's a verbal communication. So you'll be using certain words so in order to convey your messages. So with the help of these words, so you'll be communicating. But so don't think that only with the words you are going to communicate your ideas. So before we start, so let me check what is communication actually meant. Can anybody define what is communication? Very simple question.
Way of exchanging ideas, ma'am.
Very
Thoughts,
nice.
expressions.
Yes, good. So very nice. So actually this word comes from Latin word communicate. So the meaning of that word is to share or to impart, or to give, or to share the information, etc. So that is why communication can be defined as the transmission of an idea or feeling so that the sender and receiver share the same understanding. So the sender and receiver, these two are the communication agents. So because so sender cannot send messages to receiver if receiver is not there. So that is why. So both these two agents are very much essential in communication. And so that's why it's not at all a mysterious process. So it takes place when the ideas from your mind are transferred to another's and arrive intact, complete, and coherent. So that is why communication so is very much important, because so what is happening there, I asked you so in the beginning of my lecture. So what is happening means so a process of communication is taking place. So maybe at their end, at the Chintalapudi government degree college level, so they are communicating, and so they are actually engaging in some talks, and also they are arranging the lectures, and so they are talking to each other. So like that, some kind of activity is going on. And so while introducing me again, so one person has introduced me, so that is one kind of communication, and you are responding. So this is another kind of communication. So that's why when it comes to communication process, so we need to talk about the 4 stages in communication. So the first stage, so here the sender so will have some ideas. So generally ideation is the first stage. So in that first stage, ideas come into the minds of the persons who want to convey certain messages. So before giving messages or sending messages, so definitely the sender must have some ideas. So these ideas, especially you need to this consists of what of communication, and is concerned with the content of the specific message to be presented. And so you know very well, so the general messages, so these may be sometimes we have two kinds of content, or sometimes logical and emotional, etc. And sometimes we may be sending some logical messages, so they may consist of some factual information, and emotional messages may consist of feelings and sometimes emotions. And generally in a formal communication, This ideation may consist of finding and selecting a subject or a general topic and looking for ideas and thoughts and deciding the type or scope and the source of information. So in the first stage, ideation, so here the sender will get some ideas. So what to be sent as a message. And then, so in the second stage, encoding stage, so generally this stage, this process is again containing some information. So here the changing the information into some form of logical and coded message will be there. And the encoding process is based on the purpose of communication and the relation between the sender and the receiver. And mostly in a formal situation, encoding involves selecting a language, a particular language. So not only English, any language. And then selecting a medium of communication and selecting an appropriate communication form. And generally, if you don't understand the level of understanding of the receiver, so even if you send a message, so in a particular language which the receiver doesn't know, so then the communication will fail. So for example, if a sender sends a message in French, and if we receive that message, so definitely as receivers, we cannot decode that message because so that is a barrier for us. French language is a barrier for us. So likewise, so you need to understand the person first to whom you are sending the messages. So if you know that sender very well, and if you know that the sender knows the languages, so then only you need to select such language in order to send the message. So that's why, so this stage is very, very important because without understanding the receiver, so you cannot send messages. And in the third stage, the transmission stage, so you need to transmit that message to the receiver. So here transmission refers to the flow of message over the chosen channel. So here again you need to learn about the communication forms. So generally, so you can use certain forms like interpersonal, face-to-face communication, or sometimes group communication, or sometimes speaker-audience communication, or telephonic communication, or written communication, etc. So for example, in written communication, you can send your written messages through certain forms called reports or proposals or memos or letters or emails, etc. So whereas in interpersonal face-to-face communication, so casual conversations or formal interactions or student negotiations or job interviews, etc. So that come under this category. And in group communication, so generally in meetings or conferences or group discussions or panel discussions, so this kind of communication will be involved. And then speaker audience communication, so especially in speeches or debates or seminars or group discussions or workshops or oral presentations. So this is speaker audience communication. So now it is going on. So now, so we are using this internet facility, and so through this I am communicating some message. So likewise, so in a transmission process, so generally, so it involves proper timing. That means, so we need to think of when to communicate. That is most important one, and proper place. So where to communicate, and then proper way how to communicate. So for example, so if you want to take leave from your head of the institution, so if the principal is in a meeting, so will you go to the principal and ask for a leave? So we need to follow certain procedure here. So that is why, so you need to think of time, place, so and also the situation. So whether that is suitable for asking permission, or so whether it's a suitable time for applying leave, etc., etc. So that is without knowing all these things. So if you communicate, certainly that communication may fail. So that's why, so if you want to send any written messages or written communication, so you may use some letters or emails or some other thing in any written form. And so here also, you need to think of the person to whom you are sending that message and which form you are going to use, etc. So that's why, so choosing a proper channel, so is very, very important. So that channel becomes the medium. So medium from sender to receiver, a medium should be there. So whether you want to send the messages orally or whether you want to send a written message in the form of email or a letter or some other form of communication, etc. So you need to think of all these things. And so in the next stage, that is a decoding stage. So generally the receiver will try to decode. Decoding here means he tries to understand the meaning of the message you have sent. And so if he knows the language and if he knows what you sent, and definitely he can easily decode that message. Okay. And if he sends response, so in the form of feedback, so then that communication process is completed. And if you are not able to respond properly means, so that communication is not proper. So that is the indication. So that's why in the process of decoding, so generally you need to interpret or analyze the meaning of that particular message. So it may be oral or it may be written. Or sometimes, so we'll be using even non-verbal communication also. And so that will happen in only oral communication. Okay? And so generally, if this process is not completed means, so somewhere else, so the barriers may occur. The barrier may be in any form. So that's why if you know what are those barriers, so while communicating to other people, so if you learn about those barriers, definitely you can overcome all those barriers and your communication will be free of all these barriers. So here let us talk about types of communication. So there are many types. So one is one-way communication. So in public speeches, only one person will be speaking. So that comes under one-way communication. Many audience will be there. And two-way communication. So for example, in telephone conversation, so two people will be involved. But nowadays, so even by using mobiles, so we can communicate with minimum 6 or 8 people, so through conference call. So likewise, so communication here it may be two-way. So if two persons are involved in that communication, and one to many, so many in a classroom situation or in debates or group discussion or even in classroom teachers presentation, etc. So one to many, the teacher will be presenting something and the students will be learning. So that comes under one to many. And not only these things, so we have other kinds of communication also, verbal communication, non-verbal communication, vocal communication. Vocal communication, so pertaining to paralinguistic features. So paralanguage again contains so many other aspects like voice, pitch, quality of our voice, pronunciation, how we pronounce the word, and even how we make use of pauses, etc. So all this come under vocal communication. And in non-verbal communication, so again, without using words or while speaking also we'll be using our body language. And we can communicate so various aspects through non-verbal communication. So non-verbal communication again has many components. So one is the body language, the other one chronomics, so communicating through time, and another one is haptics, so we can communicate with the touch also, and another one is proxemics, so that is communication with the space, so how much distance we maintain, so from one person to other person, and so sometimes even silence also communicates a lot. So like we have various components of communication. And so now let us look at the features of effective communication. So if you want to communicate very effectively, so you need to follow certain feature. And so these are very, very important components of effective communication. So number one is active listening. So when you're listening very actively, then only so you can understand so what the speaker has said. And if you are unable to understand means, so because of various reasons like a lack of concentration or lack of interest, or some physical barriers, maybe emotional barriers, etc., etc. So if you are not paying attention to any particular lecture or any particular thing when people are speaking, so then that communication will not be proper and effective. And that is why you need to pay utmost importance and attention to active listening. So when you pay your ears to others, then only you will become very good or effective communicators. Because so if you listen to others, then only you can improve your speaking skills also. And if you read several books, so definitely you can develop your vocabulary. And there are a number of strategies even in reading, etc. But if time permits, I'll touch upon all those points. Now, so I would like to confine to only a few points here. And the second important feature of effective communication is eye contact. So if you're not maintaining eye contact with others when you are speaking, that clearly indicates that so you are not polite or you are not honest, or so you are not giving factual information, etc. So these are the various meanings. So that is why when you are very confident, when you are true to yourself, so you need to maintain eye contact with other people. So that gives you confidence. And so if you are maintaining eye contact with others, then your communication will be very, very effective. And a third important feature is posture. So one sitting posture, and even while standing also, that standing posture talks about you very much. And take for example, so if a person is standing, so having his hands behind, and then so or sometimes some people will be putting their hands in their pockets while standing, and some people will be again so looking at the wall. Yeah, some disturbance is there. So all these postures so actually tell us something about their nature, their behavior. So that is why. So we need to maintain the right posture. So while sitting, also take for example, look at this picture. So he's cross-legged, and so in one hand he's having some pen or something, and so this posture so actually tells us that he is very confident. So the posture itself clearly shows that he is very confident, and that is why. So your posture talks about yourself. So that is why whenever you are standing or whenever you are sitting, so you need to take care of your body posture, and always use simple language. So even though you may be experts in communication in any language, but so you need to understand the other people also. So that's why, as far as possible, try to use simple language so that even common people will understand what you have said. So for that purpose, so even some people will be writing some essays where so they'll be using some complex sentences, and the meaning at the end, the meaning will be only one. In one sentence we can sum up that entire paragraph, but they want to showcase that so they have a good quality, or they are using some quality vocabulary terms and terminology. So that's why, so here it is not to showcase your knowledge. So as far as possible, you need to tell something in simple sentence, and also that should be very clear, and that should be audible to others. So otherwise, so that communication so will be a failure. And then other important feature of effective communication is so one should have questioning skills. So take for example, so when the teacher is lecturing in the classroom, if he or she is not at all asking any questions, so definitely the students will feel very happy and they will be involved in their own activities. And so you don't want to take the feedback from the students. So that means whether they have understood your lecture or not. So if you are not bothered about that, definitely students will not care us. So that is why. So you just encourage and motivate them to question. So after completing at least lecture of, after 10 minutes of your lecture, you just pause for some time and ask one or two questions, and encourage them to ask questions based on your lecture. So that so if anybody asks you a question, means So that person is actually listening to you. He is involved in that active listening, and definitely, so he will answer. And like that, you need to, as teachers, we need to encourage all our students to question us. So after completion of lecture or in the middle of the lecture, or so after 10 or 15 minutes, so you need to ask them and also encourage them to ask questions. And so what are the benefits so we get so for communicating very effectively? So there are a number of benefits. So you can quickly solve all the problems. So it may be your personal problems or your problems occurring at a professional level. So if you are very good at communication skills, if you are able to convince the other people, so definitely you can solve any problem. So in that way, so your effective communication actually so helps you a lot in problem solving. And the second benefit you get is so you can take better decision making. So after talking to so many people, for example, if a particular problem arises in any company, if two groups of people are involved in that particular issue, so as a better communicator or as a boss or as an effective employee, so you need to solve their problem and you need to understand. That means you need to empathize with both the parties, and then so finally, so you need to understand their problem, and so you need to give right decisions. So that decision making skills so come because of the effective communication. So if you are communicating very well and if you are convincing them very well, and first of all, so you need to give them confidence that so you understand their problems, and so definitely they will listen to you, and so you can give right decisions, and even in your life also you can take right decisions in order to solve the problems. And then the third important benefit is study workflow. And so generally in organizations, so if a person is very talkative, so many sometimes the person so because of his talent or because of his effective communication, so he may get a number of benefits. But some people are slow, so very slow in their communication. They cannot even talk to their boss or some senior colleagues, etc., etc. So we see all these things in our organizations also. So that's why. So you should not think about the boss or the student, whether our students or whether our colleagues are very senior most, etc., etc. So we need to politely greet them, and then so we need to continue our communication. So we are communicating with them for the betterment of our life, betterment of the students, etc. So if you want to take any decision, so take for example, if you want to conduct some cultural activities or some other games, maybe literary competitions, etc., etc., at the college level. So as a single person, you cannot do all these things. So you need to talk to other people, and so you need to again develop this kind of what we call a skill. So in order to make others involved, so in all kinds of activities, whatever so you plan in future. So that's why. So you need to steadily work so for all these things, and so your communication helps a lot in order to make the things possible. And when it is a business situation, so definitely you can build strong business relations. And even in our families also, if you have good communication skills, so we can solve a number of problems, and so we can develop very good relationship with our family members. So nowadays, you know very well, even in what we call that neutral families, only mother, father, and one or two children will be there. And so even these four people will not be talking to each other. Communication will not at all taking place. So among these four, so in the same house. And so if they want something, they will be messaging or calling or phone. So these things are happening. And that is why, so nowadays, our younger generation, especially our children, so they're not at all paying attention to the human relationships. So we need to teach them the bonding. So mother and children relationship, father, mother, and then the sisters or brothers. So how we need to talk with the siblings and how to maintain good relationship with them, etc. So as teachers now, it's our responsibility to teach our students so how to build good relationship with our own family members. We are not talking of the campus relationships. So first of all, we need to teach them so how they should behave with the mother, father, and their siblings. So because so students are mostly forgetting to talk with their parents. So only if they want to get some money, they are just sending messages or over phone they are asking. That's all. So one person will be there, so in one room, and the mother will be there in a hall or kitchen, or another person will be there in somewhere else in the same house. But these people will not be talking to one another, and they will not be facing. And so young people are always watching television, or they are completely involved in watching some posts in social media, etc., etc. So in that way, they are wasting their time. So it's our responsibility as teachers so to teach them values. So because most of the times, so English teachers will have that opportunity to teach about values, and through literature also we have a lot of scope to teach them values. So in that way, I request all the teachers present here so to teach your students the morals and the ethics, because so they are lacking all these good qualities. And then, so for better professional image also, these effective communication skills are very, very important. And so let us think about barriers to communication. So if you learn about these barriers, so definitely you can overcome these barriers. So firstly, so you need to think about the noise. So take for example, even in the classroom scenario also, so physical barriers may occur sometimes outside the classroom, some technical issues, or the fan sound, or sometimes even dog may be barking outside the classroom, etc., etc. So noise may be in any form, but so if you avoid that, so definitely your communication will be good. And sometimes inappropriate medium, use of inappropriate medium by some people may lead to barriers to their communication. So that's why, so you need to think about the appropriate medium. So to whom you are speaking and which language you are using in order to communicate. And then, so what other things you need to think about that person. So already I have given you one example that, so if you are talking in one particular language, if other person is not able to understand that language, the communication will not take place. So that is why that becomes a barrier, language barrier. So that is why, so you need to choose appropriate medium. So in order to convey messages to other people. And the third barrier occurs in the form of misconceptions or assumptions. So some people will develop some preoccupied notions, and they have certain assumptions that so and so people are like this and that, etc., etc. And they'll develop some misconceptions also. So based on irrelevant things. And so they believe in the words of some other persons. So those persons may not be true to themselves. So that is why. So we should not have the misconceptions, and that we should not have developed certain assumptions, or we should not have some preconceived notions about the personalities of other persons. So if we have that kind of thing, definitely it becomes a barrier. So take for example, if someone says that Mr. Rahul, so he is very arrogant, and so definitely you have that in your mind, and you don't want to approach Mr. Rahul, even though he is very kind-hearted person. Okay, so that is why. So don't give room to such assumptions. So next one, emotions. So when people are not balancing their emotions, if their emotional intelligence levels are very low, so definitely communication will not take place. And that is why, so we need to practice emotional intelligence, that is, so how to balance our emotions. So even when we are very sad, or sometimes in dire circumstances. So we couldn't speak at all. So because of various reasons. So that's why you need to balance all these things. So balancing our emotions so comes through some practice. So for this, so we need to practice some yoga, meditation, etc. etc. So people have their own ways in order to control their emotions. And on stage, most of our students, so actually they perform very well in their studies, and even in seminars, class seminars also, they'll be performing very well. But when it comes to stage, they'll have stage fear, and so even most of our teachers will have the same kind of thing. But so on stage also, again, so if they could control their emotions, so they can excel very well. And the people who are not able to control their emotions, so will not communicate anything properly. And so for example, if a person is crying and that person cannot communicate any idea why he is crying, so maybe he or she might have received some news, some bad news, etc. So about the death of someone, loved person, etc., etc. But so here, if they are unable to control those emotions, so they cannot convey the message properly. So that's why. So we need to balance our emotions. So and some people are they cannot control their anger also, and generally such people are labeled as high BP patients, etc., etc. But actually, even BP patients can control their emotions. But now, so here or in college situations or some, if any person shouts at us sometimes, so we don't want to bear and we too shout at them. So because we are not balancing our emotions. So that's why. So if we are able to do all these things, if you are able to control your emotions, so definitely, so we can become good communicators. And then next barrier comes in the form of language. So already I have told you that if one person is speaking in one language and if the other person doesn't understand this particular language, so then because of that language, communication may not take place. So in that way, so language becomes a barrier. And another barrier comes in the form of cultural differences even in the classroom scenario. So we find 60 to 70 students or sometimes 100 students in government colleges, etc. And so they'll be coming from different backgrounds and different traditions, cultures, different religions, etc., etc. And even they brought up would be different. So all these people, sometimes if they know about the culture and know about the culture of other persons, so then they can even maintain this better communication. But so if cultural differences are there and they are unable to control these things, so then barrier may occur in their communication. So that is why. So people should understand even the cultural differences. And the next one, poor listening skills. So poor listening skills means, some people, so they just act as if they are paying attention to other people. So when someone is speaking, so these people act as if they are listening to that person, but they are actually not at all interested to listen to that person. And some people, so for any other reason, so they will not develop listening skills at all. So because of those poor listening skills, so people definitely will not communicate properly with others. So unless you listen to others, you cannot understand their problems and you cannot solve any problem and you cannot take right decision also and you cannot interact with them also. So that is why. So in order to control your barriers, this kind of barrier, so you need to pay utmost attention to the speaker, the person who is speaking. So next barrier comes in the form of use of jargons. So most of the people, so they in a particular field, take for example in engineering, again in engineering also several branches are there. For each branch again some jargon words will be there. And if they continuously use those jargons with other people who are not knowing about these words, so then that communication also fails. So, for example, if you go to any doctor, so there'll be the conversation. If you listen to the conversation between a doctor and a nurse, so they'll be using a certain jargons in their conversation, but actually you might not be knowing the meaning of those jargon words. Whereas if the same doctor or nurse talks to us and uses the same jargon, we cannot understand. So take for example, so if a doctor asks us the sphygmomanometer, please bring that sphygmomanometer. So then actually the common man would not understand that. And that's why if the doctor uses a simple word like a BP apparatus, everybody knows that. So in that way, so you need to avoid the use of jargons. So take for example, in a classroom scenario or in a seminar or workshop or conference, so different sets of people will be there from different backgrounds, from different disciplines also. And that is why, so we should not use our own terminology. So that means some jargons are confined to particular disciplines. So if you use those jargons, people will not understand, especially the audience. So that is why use the common language, very simple language, and it should be very clear so that the audience or the listeners will easily understand so what you have said. And the last barrier is distractions. Sometimes, so if, even in the classroom scenario, if one of your students so is disturbing the class, so definitely we distract from our thoughts. The flow of lecture will be stopped sometimes, or sometimes even because of various reasons. So you may not concentrate on a particular thing. So because of personal problems or some other things. So if your mind is full of such things, so definitely it distracts your thoughts and definitely it becomes a barrier to communication. So that's why, so you need to control all these things. First of all, how these barriers occur, if you know about these things, and if you learn how to overcome these barriers to communication, so definitely you'll become effective communicators. So now let us so look at the differences between hearing and listening. So generally, the other persons who are not from English background, so they will consider both these words as similar words, hearing and listening. But some difference is that. So hearing is actually a physical process and it's a natural one and very passive. Whereas listening means it's a physical as well as mental process, very active and learned process, and it is a skill. And that's why listening is required. So in order to become effective communicator. So sometimes listening is very hard. So you need to choose to participate in the process of listening. And in the classroom scenario, you know very well, students will be paying attention only to certain extent. So if the class is for 1 hour, only for 10 to 15 minutes, they'll pay their attention. So actually this is the survey results. So only 15 to 20 minutes. So in the overall lecture or the workshop or the seminar in any other occasion, so audience will be paying attention in the first 10 to 20 minutes only. And after that, so they will not pay any attention. But so we need to, again, that is why this is a skill. So we need to participate in such a process of listening very properly so that so we can become good listeners and also good communicators. And I just want to say you one example for hearing and listening. So when you go to railway station, you find some announcements. So do you hear or listen? Announcements in the railway stations.
Yeah, we listen to it attentively.
Sorry?
So we listen to that attentively.
You listen to attentively. Sir,
Correct.
do you really do that?
Yeah, announcement is very important to us, no? So we are there in the railway station waiting for the for catching a train.
Okay. Can't you
If
hear
it
the
is some other
other?
place, generally we don't pay that much attention. We can
Okay.
be careless.
Okay. And so in the railway station, so can you hear some other noise?
Yeah, certainly there will be a lot of noises.
Okay. But so even then, so you'll be listening to the announcement of your particular train. If you want to catch a particular train, so you'll be eagerly waiting to listen to the announcement of that particular train number and the name. Am I right or not?
Yes, sir.
And you will be hearing several things, vendors and other people and so much of noise, so children's and that the children's cry, etc., etc. So likewise, so you will be involved both in hearing and listening. But so here, so listening is a physical as well as mental process. So when, if you want to get some information, some inputs from others, so then you'll be very active in listening to that particular announcement. So likewise, so listening is very important in order to become a good communicator. So that's why active listening is the process of recognizing, understanding, and accurately interpreting communicated messages and responding to spoken or non-verbal messages. So even sometimes when oral communication is going on, so you need to interpret even non-verbal messages also. So that's why. So here, generally in communication, so we need to depend on four basic skills of language. So you know very well, listening, speaking, reading, and writing. All these four skills are very, very important. And among these four skills, so most of the people vote for listening. So, and some people vote for speaking, and some, if you vote for writing, and so very, very few vote for reading. So, even in my class also, when I ask my students, so most of them respond quickly to listening. And then, so when it comes to reading and writing, so they are very poor in writing. So even though they are good at communicating the things, they may be good at speaking skills, but most of them are not good at writing skills. So that is why, so we need to integrate all the four skills so in our communication, because without these four skills, communication will not be proper. And so now again come to the effective listening. So what are the steps involved in effective listening? So number one is hearing, second one is interpretation, and third one is evaluation, and finally responding. So first thing is you need to hear. So what the other people or what the other person is saying, and you need to interpret. So you try to understand what he has said, and you need to evaluate. So whether it is factual or not or some other, and then you need to respond. So that's why in the process of communication, so all the four important stages. The first one, ideation. So getting ideas, and sender wants to send some ideas to others. And in the second stage, sender converts the idea into words or gestures. So that is in encoding stage. And in the transmission stage, so messages travel over some channels. And in the fourth stage again, decoding process, receiver decodes messages, and finally receiver response. So in the form of giving feedback. So that's why. So this responding or giving feedback is very important. And this clearly shows that you have understood the message very well. So if you are responding very properly, so then only, so one can easily understand that that communication process has completed very successfully. So this is about active listening. And so here are some tips in order to improve your verbal communication. So first thing we need to do is, so we need to eliminate noise. So noise may be in any form. So try to eliminate that. So otherwise, so we cannot concentrate on the oral skill. And then get feedback. So it may be in the form of verbal or body signals. So in the classroom scenario, So if we ask any question in the middle or at the end of our lecture, so some persons will be saying yes, or some persons will be nodding their heads. So that is non-verbal communication. And most of the times, so our student will be using non-verbal non-verbal communication only, just nodding their heads, so maybe horizontally or vertically. So by that, so we can easily understand that so our students have understood or not understood the things. And so that's why we need to get feedback every time. So in the classroom scenario, because most of you are teachers here, so even after completion of your course, if you are teaching a particular course, so after completing your course, you need to take feedback from your students. So for that, so you need to prepare a questionnaire, and then so ask the students to fill that questionnaire, so that so you can get some inputs from students also. So in what way they would like to listen to the lecture, and so what methodology they would like to have from, and what they expect from the teacher, and so what they want to do, etc., etc. So in such a way, you need to prepare a questionnaire, and whether they would like to watch some images, or because we have different kinds of uh, listeners or students. So one kind of students may like only lecture method. So one kind of students may like watching some visuals and the PPTs, etc., etc. So just by watching them, they can grasp the things. And some people so will like to have some practical orientation. So like what they are called the kinesthetic learners. So that's why we have three kinds of learners, and we need to again satisfy all these three kinds of learners. Okay, so that means the auditory learners will be there. They would like to listen to our lectures, and you need to satisfy them. And visual learners will be there. So they need to learn the things, or they would like to learn the things by watching certain things. Maybe your PPTs or photographs or some images, etc., etc. So, and some people so would like to do some activities. So by doing those activities, they'll learn. So that is why. So when preparing our lecture or lecture plan also, so you need to include all kinds of learners, and accordingly you need to prepare your lesson plan. And at the end of each class, again you need to take feedback. And so after going back again, you need to reflect on so what has happened in the classroom. So how the students have reacted, and so what you need to do in order to improve your lecture, etc. For every class, you need to do this. And at the end, again, you need to take the feedback from each and every student. So for that purpose, you need to prepare a questionnaire. Okay. And if we do all these things regularly, so definitely, so we could know about our own self, about our own methodology, and how we are teaching, and how the students are receiving us, and what they expect from us, etc., etc. So accordingly, you can plan your lessons. So that's why for teachers, reflection is very, very important. So that reflective practice so must be there in each and every teacher. And so next important tip for improving your verbal communication is, so we need to speak very slowly. It's not very slowly, slowly, and rephrase your sentence, because when it comes to students, sometimes fast learners will be there as well as slow learners will be there in our class. So that is why, so for the sake of the slow learners, so speak slowly and try to rephrase your sentence. So give the same point in some other, that means paraphrasing the point. So in such a way, so you need to make even the slow learner learn from your teaching. So that is why here when it comes to teachers and student scenario, so students learn or students love their teachers. So for their teaching methodologies, what kind of methodology they are applying in order to make the concept understandable to the students. So that is why. So as teachers, we must be very careful in choosing the method, especially what kind of methodology we are going to apply for our teachers, sorry, students. So in order to make them learn the things, the intended content, so should be made available to them in simple language. So in that way, you need to. But there are some fast learners, a few will be there, but don't consider them. You may consider, but in a classroom scenario, so we need to prepare our lesson plan in such a way that our methodology should suit all kinds of learners. So in such a way, you need to prepare your lesson plan. So next important point is don't talk down to the other person. So when it comes to classroom scenario, I just want to give one example. So if you always praise one person, and so if you compare the other person with a bright student, so definitely they will be demotivated. So generally we encourage all people, but sometimes only a few students excel in our examination, especially in the classroom scenario or in the examination, etc., etc. But so we should not talk down to such persons. So that definitely demotivate them. They want to concentrate on their studies. So if we encourage them, yes, Mr. Rahul, you are very nice person, and so you are doing very nicely. So like that, if we praise them, so definitely they will get motivated, and so everything seems to be fine for them. And so even in my class, even in the morning class also, I have observed that one person is excelling in doing the experiment. Always respect the speaker. So respecting the speaker means here. So just if you keep quiet and listen to that person with attention, so definitely things will be better for us, and your communication will be improved. So that's right. So listen to others very carefully and patiently. So these are some of the tips in order to improve your verbal communication. So now let us talk about some tips related to improving body language. So generally, in language, several things are there. If time permits me and if the organizers permit me, I just want to talk about body language also. But so as far as possible, I just want to cover a few points related to this also. So when it comes to improving body language, so here we need to keep appropriate distance. This is a branch of study in body language. One is keeping appropriate distance comes under proxemics. So generally in the classroom scenario, you just observe the distance maintained between the class teacher or teacher and the students. So some distance, maybe 25 feet distance will be allowed. And when it comes to students, so in one bench, so 3 students will be there, and between 2 benches again, you should have 2 space left. So all this indicate something. So that means that this space also conveys some message to us. If 2 persons are sitting in the same bench, only 2 persons, and so that bench can accommodate even 4 members also. But 4 cannot sit, and only 2 will be sitting regularly. So that kind of bonding clearly indicates that they are very close to each other. And we find certain students occupying only first rows and some students occupying the last rows. So that also clearly indicates some message. So those who want to, but we cannot say that the last benchers are not good students. So we could find good students among the last benches also. So, but anyhow, that distance speaks a lot. How much distance we maintain between 2 persons. So, take for example, a mother and a kid. So, when a kid is in the laps of mother, so we don't find any distance here. So that clearly indicates the mother and child relationship. And so you know the distance between wife and husband. So even at home or outside the home also. So they'll have a close distance maintaining between those 2 persons. And take for example, if two close friends are there, so we find even they'll be touching each other. So one fellow keeps the hand on the shoulder of other person, etc., etc. So that is about touch. So that means they're not at all maintaining distance, and also here they are touching each other means, so that is an indication that they are very, very close friends. Okay, so that's why. So the proxemics talks about the people and their behavior, and even if take for example, in a public meeting, so if CM or some MP or MLA, some politician is speaking, so we find some gap there. So maybe 50 to 100 feet distance, and then so other in public places also, so when a public meeting is arranged, so we find some distance between the speaker and the audience. So this clearly showed that some distance, so in order to give protection to the speaker, so we need to maintain that. So anyhow loudspeakers will be there when they are speaking, everybody, so even sitting or standing, so in some corners they can listen to the speaker. So in such a way, some arrangements would be made. So likewise, the distance also speaks a lot about them, and so why the distance is maintained. And take for example, if boss and subordinate are talking, so we find at least 10 feet distance between them. So that is actually a polite nature of an employee. That means giving respect to his boss by maintaining some 10 feet distance. So like that, even that distance also speaks a lot. And when we talk about touch, so here generally mother and is a small child. So here so the baby will be in the hands of the mother. So that touch gives the child some kind of protection. So because the baby feels that it is in safe hands. So like that. So here the touch. So in another word it is called haptics. So haptics also talks about the person's behavior. So take for example, when two persons are greeting each other. So in Indian scenario, in our custom, so we need to hold our hands together. So in order to say namaste or namaskara. But nowadays, so mostly we are following Western culture, and that's why we are shaking hands with other people. So that kind of touch again. So it actually tells that so we are warmly welcoming that person, or so we are greeting that person. It just means so we welcome that person, etc. So we can derive some meanings from that touch. And in some cases, if two close friends meet after a long time, so those two friends belonging to the same gender, they may hug each other. So that touch clearly again tells the other people that they are very close friends. So likewise, so touch also, even in the classroom scenario, so if the teacher actually touches the head of or shoulder of any student in praise of something, so the student feels very happy. So because so they without saying any words, the touch itself so gives them a kind of satisfaction that they are being praised by the teacher. So in such a way. But you know very well about bad touch. So be careful. So when adult students are there, we should not do like that. So as teachers, so we need to take care of all these things. And third important thing, and I just want to mention one more thing. In Arab countries, you know very well the greeting styles. They just hug each other, and then sometimes they kiss on the cheek of other person. So between two males, this may happen. And in Arab countries, so even shaking hands with a woman, so is termed as a crime. And sometimes even taking something from their hands, so a male person taking something from females, so that is also crime in Arab countries. So that's why be careful. So when you go to the other countries, so you must know about their culture, and accordingly, so we need to behave. So third important thing to improve your body language is, so we need to take care of our appearance because appearance matters a lot. And so you know very well, very famous saying, face is the index of our mind. And another saying, don't judge a book by its cover. Sometimes, so if you go to an interview, so you have to appear before the interview board, so as a polite person, and so your dress code should impress the panel members. And if your dress is not very neat, and even if your hairstyle is not good, and if you are using so accessories, etc., too many accessories, so definitely that gives bad impression to the panel members. So that is why. So according to the situations, so you need to dress up very neatly. And then take for example, if it is an informal situation, if it is a wedding, so you can use a number of accessories and you can so use any kind of clothing, etc. But so when it comes to formal settings, so according to the setting of that particular occasion, so you need to dress up. So that's why your personality. So take for example, when you are giving a seminar in a auditorium, so there everybody will be looking at you, and if your appearance is not good, so definitely people may not like your lecture. So that is why. So we need to dress up very neatly whenever we are giving lectures, especially so in seminars or workshops or some other occasions. So next one, be aware. People may give false cues. So sometimes, so we find in F3 or F4, two heroines, Tamanna and other. So actually, because of their appearance, so they impress the men as if they are very, very rich people or rich girls, and you know very well. So sometimes, so people may give some false cues also. So don't become prey to such false cues. And but as far as possible, according to the situation, so you need to take care of your personal appearance and always maintain eye contact. So wherever you are and whenever you are speaking to others, so maintain eye contact. So if you are not maintaining eye contact and looking down means, so generally it gives a negative impression. And lastly, you need to smile genuinely. So always, so if you have a smile on your face, so anybody can get the impression that so you are a very nice person. So that's why I always have the smile on your face. And success for you in this new global and diverse workplace requires excellent communication skills. So with these few words, I would like to conclude my lecture. So I suppose that all these objectives have been met as outcomes. So you could define what is communication and understand the communication and its process. And you can list and overcome the filters or barriers in communication process. And also, so you learned about the process of communication. And then, so if you practice active listening, definitely you'll become good communicators. And so you learned about the tips related to verbal and non-verbal communication in this lecture. So I hope that all of you have understood, and suppose that you have got some takeaways, not all, but at least a few. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And if anyone wants to get clarification,
Audience, any questions? Only one or two, because already we are running behind the schedule and we have another presentation. Kindly bear with us because we are fortunate to have resourceful speakers. Yeah, any questions, by the way? Any questions? If there are any questions, we'll take one or two. Okay, Srinivas Garu, please sum it up.
okay, no issues. Hashim, it's already 7:10. It's 5:10 and you are announcing that one more session is there.
Yeah, I understand, but the speaker is waiting. That will be more in 15 minutes. Okay, sir. Because tomorrow we have foreign delegates. Okay, tomorrow also it's going to be a busy day, so we'll have to wind today's business today itself. Yeah, Sir Srinivas.
Thank you, ma'am, for your elaborate description of the art of communication skills. It includes objectives, communication process, types of communication, features of effective communication, benefits of effective communication, barriers to communication, hearing versus listening, active listening, steps to effective listening, improving verbal communication tips, improving body language tips. Thank you, ma'am, once again.
And my special thanks to you, ma'am. So, in spite of your busy schedule, you have taken some time out for me, and it's really a great honor and privilege. So, thank you so much for your support, time, and everything.
Thank you very much. I've been of Government Degree College Chintalapudi of this particular workshop, and I thank Dr. Hashim for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Bye, ma'am. Bye, ma'am. So, thank you. Yeah, audience. Yeah, I understand. We are okay. It is tough for you, but then when we have nice speakers to listen to, it's better we spend some time. And we have today's last presenter, Dr. Malati, who will be talking about how to make use of YouTube Shorts to learn English. It's a very simple technique, but very vibrant. Kindly listen to ma'am. Before that, a brief introduction about that.
Hasim sir, no need to have an introduction. I know most. Yeah, it's time up. It's time up. Let me start and let me complete within time. I can understand the situation. Yeah. Is my voice audible? Sorry,
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Malati, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Pratap. He's my classmate.
Yeah,
Satish,
very nice.
Yeah. Satish, sir.
Yeah, madam.
Yeah. How to go with the next slide? I'm not able to see. Yeah.
Madam, use slideshow option, madam. At the corner of zoom in, zoom out, you have the cup based symbol. At the down of the page, we have notes, comments, and we have three more options.
Speaker, microphone. No.
At the presentation window, PPT.
Yes.
We have zoom in and zoom out. The page zoom in and zoom out. We have that space.
Not visible.
But otherwise, use the arrow marks, madam. Arrows of keyboard.
Yeah. Okay. It's better to do so.
Yeah, once check it, madam.
Is it visible?
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind acceptance.
Yes. My topic, I would like to thank the organizers for providing me this opportunity. Let me start with my topic, English Bites, micro lessons for macro learning. As I am the last participant, I'll make my presentation also with one bite. Yeah. Actually, I planned for an icebreaker session with a song. Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, madam.
Yeah, okay. Actually, I planned with an icebreaker session, the song which I used to do in my regular class, which is an energizer. That song is, I won't play now. It is the title of that song is Dum Dum Dada. Dum Dum Dada. I think you all have enjoyed after having listening to the experts' talks so far. I don't want to make you feel boredom in my presentation. Yeah. Please watch this video.
Ma'am, the video is not visible.
Video is not visible, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how to do that? Even I have shared the link to you also, sir. Satish, sir.
Okay, ma'am. I will share.
Happy idiom. Just one small short. YouTube short.
I'm sharing, madam.
Yeah. Second one. Not the first link, second one. Yeah. Sir, it's not audible, sir. Sir, is the video audible? Satish, sir, please stop the video. Yes, just now you have seen a small YouTube short which expresses an idiom to express the word happiness. And I was informed by Hasim sir that most of the participants here in the webinar is students. Keeping that in my mind, I have my presentation exclusively focusing and engaging for students' involvement. And if you make our students to watch such YouTube shorts, it's really helpful for them to know about the real life situations and to use English and to develop English language skills. Yes, sir. Yes, please. Yes, please. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Yes, madam, audible.
Yeah. Okay. Satish sir, you please share the PPT, sir. I'm not able to go to the next slide. Hasim? Yeah, video was not audible. Even I too observed that.
Ma'am, we'll assist you, ma'am.
Yeah. Everything is
Madam, is it visible, madam?
Ma'am, is the screen visible? Malti, ma'am. Ma'am, Malti, ma'am. Madam,
yes.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, I think the slides are on.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
visible.
there seems to be some
Move on to the next.
connectivity issue. Right.
Yeah. Sir, you please move on to the next slide. Satish sir, please move on to the next slide. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah. Let me start with a Twitter, a quote from the Twitter. English is the language of knowledge. Mastering it unlocks a vast array of educational resources, research papers, and innovative ideas. And next quote, learning English can be a transformative experience. It enhances your confidence, broadens your perspectives, and empowers you to achieve your goals. I think these tweets perfectly aligns with your workshop theme. Next slide. Next slide, Satish sir. Yeah. My topic is entitled English Bytes Macro Lessons for Micro Lessons for Macro Learning. What are bytes? Byte means eating small amount of food. And what are English bytes? English bytes is nothing but bite-sized lessons. I mean small lessons designed for big gains in English skills. The word micro, we all know, being the lecturers, as we have been involved in teaching, micro lessons are nothing but small chunks of content which are helpful for easy and quick learning. And macro learning is nothing but it makes big improvements from consistent, focused practice. In other words, to put it in a nutshell, practice makes a man perfect. By observing the micro lessons, I mean to say that the YouTube shorts, one can develop, improve themselves and make a big difference. And these YouTube shorts are flexible to learn anytime, anywhere, and mobile friendly too. And it's easy for our students to go ahead. Next slide. Why English for the global generation? In order to have global connectivity, career opportunities, and access to information. Global connectivity in the sense, English facilitates communication across cultures and borders. And it provides career opportunities and also make us to have an enormous access to information. And you have given a caption in the title for this international webinar, the role of English in local identity and global community. Even a local wala can have a global access and can have good opportunities, employment opportunities by having proficiency in English. Next slide, please. Yeah, the objectives of my presentation is to enhance proficiency, to use effective strategies by using YouTube shorts, and to have practical application, and finally to have self-motivation. Next slide. Yeah, can anyone name what are these? Any one or two?
Social media.
Yeah, social media. Can you name at least one or two social networks which were seen in the slide?
LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
WhatsApp.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah.
Facebook.
Actually, we are dealing with the Gen Z students and also Gen Alpha students who are tech savvy, and we have to, being the lecturers, we have to equip ourselves on par with globalization in English language teaching, and our students are also well versed in using digital platforms. If it is connected with English, developing English proficiency, definitely together we can make a great difference. Next slide. Yeah, well, and we have seen some of the popular digital platforms in the previous slide, and you all know about it. Next slide. Yeah, top online learning platforms, like to say a few: Duolingo, Coursera, edX, British Council Learn English, Udemy. Next slide. Effective language learning apps. For example, Babbel, Rosetta Stone, Memrise, HelloTalk, English Class 101. Even more are there to explore, to learn. Next slide. Yeah, engaging. A student or a teacher can engage with other online communities, either online or offline, and we can have a good exposure in learning English language. And they provide active discussions, tips, and shared resources to enrich ourselves, to enhance ourselves in English language learning and teaching. Next. Short form video platforms. Yeah, my topic is entitled English Bites, Micro Lessons for Macro Learning. We have YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, podcast, TED Talks. Next slide. All these short form of videos, whether they are a long YouTube video, we can make it, we can cut it into short, and even the short forms are available in Instagram and also in YouTube as YouTube Shorts. We can use it for our English language teaching and also for learning. Yeah, helpful languaging learning blogs include Let Us Talk, which helps us to have engaging tips, grammar advice, and cultural insights. Even at the rate of POC English, it focuses on everyday communication. And most authentic blog is BBC Learning English. It provides various authoritative articles and learning resources for all levels. Even to learn phrases, learning phrases, we have At the Rate of Learning Phrases, which focuses on idioms, phrases, and conversational English. In the beginning of my earlier slide presentation, I have shared a video which focuses on some of the idioms, how to express happiness. But of course, the video was not displayed, but I have shared it. It is available in the internet. We can use of so many YouTube shorts, and we can enrich ourselves, and we can make our English language proficiency a productive one. Next slide. Yeah, please, sir, please click on this link, sir. Satish, sir. Yeah, please click on this link. Shashi Tharoor is an Indian politician and writer who is a good orator. By watching his videos, his speeches, one can develop English language proficiency. Sir, not yeah. Sir, play it again, sir. Why sound is not coming, sir? Why audio is not available? Video is not available? He used the word all hat and no cattle. It means someone who is all talk with no action. If a person is always talkative and does no work, that we can use the term, we can use the phrase all hat. Please go to the first slide. Please go to the slide again, the video again, YouTube short again. Please play it again, sir. As you are in hurry, I'm making my presentation also in a fast forward manner. All hat and no cattle. Yeah. Next slide. Next slide.
Ma'am, you want to go to next slide?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. These micro lessons are really helpful for the students who prefer short videos to watch, and it is mobile friendly content, and it need to balance global communication with local relevance, and it provides flexibility and accessibility in learning. As I have mentioned earlier, this YouTube shorts, this micro form of learning, micro lessons plays a big role in making the students to have a big learning experience in learning a language, especially the global language, which is the lingua franca of the world. Next slide. Yeah, choose the right platform. There are several platforms you can engage regularly, and it all helpful for you to have combined interactive learning with community support for best result. Next slide. Next step for success: start small, engage actively, review, and connect with community. This was the theme of my presentation. This was the essence of my presentation. YouTube shorts are micro lessons, and they are helpful for learning a language, I mean the global language. And in order to develop yourself, start small, engage actively, review, and connect with the community, which will definitely bring a big change. Next slide. Apply what you learned. By applying what you learn means practice speaking, write regularly, and analyze context. Next. Yeah, congratulations for organizing this webinar, international webinar, and also being the participants. Next slide. I really appreciate the Government Degree College Chintalapudi for taking this quality initiative. Really, it's a good action which makes the repetition of the institution with high quality standards.
Ma'am,
Next slide.
excuse me. Ma'am, excuse me. Can I have the previous slide, ma'am? I'm just
Yeah,
noting down few things.
okay.
Appreciation and
I shared my PPT. I already shared my PPT with the organizers. You can have it, ma'am.
okay. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Yeah, my presentation is over. Any doubt? I'm happy to see Jeevan sir, Suvarna ma'am, Lakshmi ma'am, and many other.
Yeah, good evening, all of you. We are really elated to be a part of the webinar where Dr. Malati is a resource person. In fact, she was the topper in our batch, and really appreciate the way you handled with the topic. Your presentation shows ability, delight, and ornament. So it was quite informative, Dr. Malati.
Thank you.
We have got some profound knowledge about different strategies of using these social media platforms, particularly YouTube Shorts, for making English class more effective. All the best, Dr. Malati.
Thank you. Thank you, Pratap.
Pratap sir, you are right, and Malti madam, moreover that, and she is very humble and very practical person,
Yeah, that's
very
what I
friendly.
was about to say. In the
Yeah,
previous presenter said, don't judge a book by its cover. Malati is
yes,
very simple, but
yes, sir.
her ideology and knowledge speaks volumes about her passion for learning new things.
Yes, sir. She is very down to earth, sir.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you,
And
madam.
thank you so much, madam. Thank you.
Thank you. Hasim sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Just a few more minutes, Srinivas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, sir will just sum it up whatever you have said. After that, we'll have a closing remarks.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am, for your
Thank you, sir.
presentation. Your presentation includes what are English bytes, why English for the global generation, objectives of English bytes, social media, popular digital platforms, top online platforms, engaging online communities,
Yes,
helpful
sir.
language learning blogs, English bytes, choosing the right platform, next steps for success,
Yes, sir.
apply what you learned.
Yeah,
You
yes.
have covered lot of things, ma'am.
Yeah, sir.
Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah, yes.
Dearly, okay, all your practical knowledge, okay, you have brought into this presentation. So when you said bite, just now an interesting line has come into my mind. I'll just share it with you. Sit tight, have a bite, learn right, you will have a smooth flight.
Wonderful, wonderful, Hassan.
Okay, so if you sit tight, okay, you should be very, what do you call it? You should be composed while sitting and have a bite, and you will have a right way of learning. When you are good at learning something, you will certainly have a great flight abroad. So wonderful, man. So whatever inputs that you have given, really, I was not at all happy with these YouTube shorts and reels, because no, every child nowadays, okay, they are spending time watching YouTube shorts or reels, and I am surprised they don't even use what do you call the speaker. That means without audio they listen, they watch. I don't know what they can understand and how they what actually goes into their mind just by watching in a mute way. But you know, you are the first one to tell me that even YouTube Shorts can be explored for teaching. So you have there has been there is a paradigm shift about YouTube Shorts and Insta Reels, ma'am. So okay, with your presentation,
Yeah.
opinion about these bites, I will certainly have them and I'll provide the same to my students. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's why Sam, technology is good, but it needs to be handled creatively and cleverly.
Cleverly.
So technology is a good servant. It's a bad master.
Yeah, yeah. Can anyone? Because here, I mean, most of the audience or audience is parents. What about you? What do your children do? They watch uh, mobile with silence. Okay, with the mute on. Okay, have you ever observed? And what they will be watching YouTube shorts or reels without noise, without sound. What would they comprehend? I don't know. So, have you ever come across this scenario in your family, in your at home?
It
But I,
happens.
it
It's a
happens.
regular phenomena.
It's a regular phenomena. No, without audio, well, what actually goes into their mind, I don't understand. But anyway, so
No,
that's
they enjoy just the gestures and postures of those people making fun.
okay. Might be. So anyway, today has been a very busy day. So thank you, Malti ma'am, and all the resource persons. Okay, they are really resourceful. And you know, when each speaker asked me for just half an hour time, but you know how eloquent they have been. So sessions have become unwieldy. But you know, I have okay. Let the sessions go on. But however, okay, a few days of our extra time will really fetch us something. And today happens to be the second day, and tomorrow also it's going to be a busy day. And tomorrow probably the session might commence from 9 a.m. onwards because we have a foreign presenter. Okay, session is being postponed since yesterday. The reason is he has to be awake late in the night at 1 o'clock. There are two issues. Number one, he's being awake at late night, and number two, you know, in foreign countries, the walls are thin. Even if you whisper, that it will be heard in the other door. So that is one of the concerns why it got postponed. So if he mobilizes tomorrow, we may have the session by 9 a.m. So I request all the audience to make yourself convenient to attend the session by 9. Okay, I'll let you know the exact timing after having a word with the other resource persons. And tomorrow also it's going to be a wonderful day, and we have a proven author who is going to talk about creative writing. So Professor K.V. Raghupati. Okay, So internationally renowned poet. He's going to tell us how to write poetry, and we have a resource person from other parts of India. So thank you so much for the active participation, and I thank wholeheartedly all the resource persons, and the last and the best, okay, resource person. Okay, thank you so much, Agar. Thank you. So we'll conclude day 1 session. Thank you.